Okay, thank you everyone for being here nice and punctually. It's very good. A little bit early, but everyone's here, so that's great. I can hear myself very clearly. Can you all hear me? Okay, good. So welcome everyone, including to those who have not joined us here on previous days. And in that respect, I have three organisations or representatives of those organisations. The Grove Field Residents Association, thank you, Hallam Land Management, and Kings Langley Parish Council. Thank you very much. Now, I've got a few procedural points to cover, but just so I know how much detail to go into, were those who weren't in the room watching on the live stream in previous days and therefore have some familiarity with how we work? No? Okay. So that's 2 yeses, 1 no. I'll just go over a few points. So the way this works is it's quite informal. We lead the questioning though. Please keep any responses as succinct and to the point as possible. Everything that has been submitted can be taken as read. So we ask that you don't repeat what you've already put in, but feel free to draw our attention to something specific, obviously. The purpose of the hearing broadly is to move the debate on from everything that we've received. Although there's something of a blurred line with sites that are not included in the plan or omission sites, for example, to clarify a certain point or concern with the methodology, we're not looking at omission sites. Our job is to evaluate whether the plan before us is sound rather than it could be improved, perhaps, as some may say. It's very helpful for us, and this is particularly to the council and something we majored on yesterday, but not exclusively, if in answering a question you could direct us to a particular document, to a particular sentence, to a particular paragraph. That's very useful for our notes so that when we go away, we can remind ourselves of that point. So hopefully that's a very succinct overview. There are a few housekeeping points I'll cover, but could I turn to the council to address anything in terms of emergency procedures, anything like that, and indeed any matters arising that you need to bring to our attention. So, Mr. Layden, thank you.
Thank you, sirs. Good morning, everyone. Just in relation to the fire alarms and the procedures, we're not expecting a fire alarm test today. It's, if you do hear one, it's a voice alarm system rather than a traditional siren. It will announce that the building needs to be evacuated due to an emergency. If we do hear that alarm, can I ask everybody please to leave the building via the nearest exits, to the left and to the right of the inspectors, and to go down the stairwell immediately in front of the council chambers. If you do need assistance, or if you require assistance in using the stairs, please notify reception, please. When we do leave the council building, the main assembly point will be at Market Square, which is basically across the pedestrian crossing and go down the Marlows towards the Market Square, which is a large open space. In terms of toilets are located to the left, just after the stairs, and also by the cafe on the ground floor. Just to note that the hearing sessions today are being live streamed and recorded, and these will be made available after the session. If you do not wish to be recorded, please leave the council chamber. The instructions for the microphones, just being clear, I think first and foremost, just make sure that you can see a time and date on your screen. If you don't see anything on your screen, it is turned off. If you want to use it, press the right button once. The red light will come on the microphone. You can then speak, and once you are finished, just press the same button again to turn it off. Thank you. That's everything with regards to the announcements. In terms of any further matters, we have nothing further to update you on at present. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And that's a helpful overview of how to use the microphones, which are important when you speak for the live feed and probably for audibility in here. Now, the microphone system worked very well yesterday, and everyone was very good at putting any mobile phones or anything that has a signal into flight mode or turning it off. That helps with avoid the interference, as does, which I think everyone has done from what I can see, plugging into the provision for power with these towers rather than into the floor, which may affect some electronics there. The other thing just to mention is there are two Wi-Fi systems. I think it's DBC Guest and DBC Chamber. It may be that if you're not able to download certain documents off one, switch to the other and see how that works. We sort of need to spread out the bandwidth on that. So with all that said, unless there's anything I have not covered, by my reckoning, we're on matter 3, which is Greenbelt in brief, of which there are 3 issues. The first one relating to the need for a Greenbelt review or release thereof. 2 is an issue concerning whether what's been done was robust. And then issue 3 is something of a summary issue, whether there are exceptional circumstances as directed by NPPF paragraph is at 146, which we will effectively treat as any last comments anyone wants to make having gone through issues 1 and 2. That won't surprise you. Okay. Any points arising before we start? Okay, let's go on to issue 1 then, the strategic need for a Greenbelt review. There are 5 questions in this one. And we're in the context of paragraph 146 of the framework, which talks about needing exceptional circumstances to justify changes to the Greenbelt. So I think personally we're going to take questions 1 and 2 together. Question 1, let me say that. Let me slow down a little bit. Question 1 is noting the Council's exceptional circumstances case to justify changes to the Greenbelt, which is examination document SSA 07.1. Has the Council examined fully all other reasonable options for meeting housing needs as required by the framework? Question 2 is, if not, what should have been done? So they're logically together. From what we've seen, just summarising what we've seen around from the representatives around the table, there are 4 main positions. So 1, and this is the one we're particularly interested in, that various people say no, the Council hasn't enough to demonstrate exceptional circumstances. That comes out clearly most clearly through the Grove Field Residents Association, and in particular the contention that there is more brownfield land. That's the first one. We heard also from CPRE yesterday slightly on that matter. We have those who say yes. Obviously, we are more concerned about points made against the plan. We have, if I can summarise, the Berkhamsted Residents Association, that the balance could have been struck differently in the plan in terms of whether there's a justification for local housing need, which we heard a lot about yesterday. And then the 4th argument that we've seen from the papers is that, yes, there are exceptional circumstances, and then the Council should have gone further in terms of seeking to fully address the quantum of needs that have been revealed to be 17,272. So you can, and we touched on that a fair bit yesterday, and at the very end, I sort of cheekily asked, and the Council confirmed that there was no process following that change of housing need to sort of go back and look at whether further sites could be allocated, because in the Council's view, it all comes out in the wash, given that what is coming forward in any event. So you'll appreciate that we're particularly interested in the first argument, that there are suggestions out there that there is significantly more brownfield land than the Council have found, and therefore that qualifies the extent of exceptional circumstances. Okay, so if I could turn on that to the Council, and then we'll open up the debate. So your position on that.
Thank you, sirs. Good morning. Ronan Layden, Head of Strategic Planning here at Dacorum Borough Council. On the Council's approach to brownfield land, there's a short number of points I'd like to make on this. And again, just to reiterate, particular reference, as you've made already, to the exceptional circumstances document that we've produced, SSA 07.1. The Council considers it has examined fully all reasonable alternatives, all reasonable non-green belt options for meeting housing needs as required by the framework. And with that, obviously, we'd reference our response to matter 2, issue 2, question 4 in particular on that. The plan itself identifies brownfield regeneration opportunities as allocations for 3,200 homes. That's quite a significant amount of brownfield allocations. We've reviewed what we may consider through the previously adopted strategy, restrictive designations in urban areas. And just by example of that, there's a number of what we would have had as general employment areas, or GEAs, that would be our strategic employment sites, adopted within the previous core strategy. Through this plan, we're proposing to remove that designation on a number of those as well, and they relate to brownfield land, their existing employment sites, or were considered to be important, but through updated evidence considered to be less important now. They may serve a different purpose. They may be car dealerships, they may be retail warehousing, but not strictly employment. And we said, actually, no, we don't feel these need to be safeguarded or offered the same protections as with the previous plan. So through other elements of the plan and the review of designations, particularly around brownfield, we've looked at that. We've equally looked at the town centre and proposed to make revisions to the town centre boundary with regards to retail provision and elements like that. We're looking to, make it, more compact and more concise within Hemel, responding to the changing nature of the high street. So I think they're important points to consider, and it can be often said, well, there's not enough allocations, but it's about what the plan is seeking to do in the whole on this matter and the strategy. Commitments and windfalls as well, we've talked about, and without going to specifics on that, I made some reference yesterday also to windfall allowance and particularly commitments as well, and what the nature, particularly of Hemel Hempstead, with regards to brownfield land and the permissive strategy that approach is giving to housing within the built-up area of our 6 main settlements. Housing, principle of housing will be supported within the settlement boundaries of the 6 main settlements, unless it is allocated for another use. Noting my first point, we've removed some of those protective designations. We've set minimum density standards as well. Particularly within the most sustainable parts of the borough, looking at our town centres and also in some of the other more sustainable locations. And we're also responding in terms of viability and the need to ensure that brownfield sites are deliverable when considering brownfield sites in Hemel. We are ensuring that they can still deliver affordable housing, but in light of our evidence and our policy, reducing the requirement on brownfield sites on flatted development within Hemel Hempstead to be 25% to ensure that they can come forward and be deliverable. So that's just the first point, general point I want to make on that. And we noted yesterday as well, without going too much back to our response matter to issue 2, question 4, but table 7, the overall urban supply, so the supply within our existing settlement boundaries as adopted, set out in this plan through commitments, allocations within those boundaries, and projected windfalls, amounts to 9,864 homes. So we've sought to identify almost 10,000 homes before looking at the Greenbelt through those initial steps. And we consider that is pretty good as we can do with regards to this plan in light of national policy. So I'll probably just stop there with regards to the brownfield point on that, and I hope that that's sufficiently clear right now.
That's a very useful introduction. The point I just want to press you on a little bit is Grovefields Residents Association. Sorry, I keep on looking behind you because I can see that nameplate. So I'm sorry, I should look there. Say that effectively, correct me if I'm wrong, you've calculated that there's the potential for an additional 1,170 homes that could be brought forward on brownfield sites, and a lack of explanation in your view as to why 2 sites, which BK or BRK, whichever you like, BRK 013 and 015, which are publicly owned and brownfield, why those haven't been taken forward. So I just wanted to put those points specifically to you for a view on them.
Just bear with me, I'm just reviewing the specific sites.
And I've got the document open. I just want to make sure I'm referring to the right paragraph of the Growfields Residents Association statement, paragraph 9.6. We're looking at the same thing, aren't we? There's a list.
I'm not looking at that right now, so I've made notes on it. But that's correct.
It sounds, yeah.
Thanks.
So, a number of these sites were previously explored as residential allocations. Some of them were previous allocations within the adopted local plan. I'll start with the ones that weren't, if that's possible. Market Square has now come forward as a proposal for a health campus. So, delivered with site HM03, where the hospital facilities would be relocated from that site, unlocking it for more brownfield housing development, moving those facilities onto the Market Square. So that's the current proposal in policy, but I'll note that site policy does mention that if one proposal doesn't come forward, that it enables the development of that site for other uses. We then have two large sites, which we call the Two Waters Opportunity Area, which were considered through the sustainability appraisal was not meeting the tests for availability. At the moment, the availability of those sites is unknown. Sites which have a H reference, so we have Frogmore Road, which is H13, London Road H8, Evans Road H4. These are all previous, or they're current allocations in the currently adopted local plan. However, we reviewed those as part of my answer to issue 3, question 3.
And this is just via the HELAR stage 2, is it?
Yeah, they would have been considered in full. Yep, with the details set out in Appendix B. Essentially, all of these sites are set out within that appendix, and they have a reason as to why they haven't come forward. The majority of these sites is down to their uncertain availability. So the remaining in the list can be found within my, let's say it's the issue 2, matter 2 hearing statement, Appendix A again. So we would consider that those sites wouldn't meet the test for allocation within this plan.
Okay, thank you. And does your matter 2 hearing statement cover BK 013 and BK 015? Just think those are the two that I didn't. Thank you for the explanation of the others. Those are the 2 that I'm not sure you covered, but maybe you did.
Okay, no, we've got in the list I've got in front of me, I have BK 015 and BK 011, but I believe Ronan's just told me it's the sports and leisure. All the sites are considered within that appendix.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, just to probably wrap that point up if I can. So the 2 sites, as I understand it in question, the sports centre site within Berkhamsted, which is currently sports and leisure, and the other one is the civic centre site, which I understand was a previous allocation in the core strategy, which is council owned, relatively small in its size, particularly, and within the conservation of the high street. It goes back to my initial point earlier on about the permissive nature of policy H1 with regards to housing. You know, housing, principal housing will be supported. We have to recognise that civic centre site is within Berkhamsted High Street. So we have to consider that in the context, but you know, how much of that land is there? There's some land to the rear, which I believe is outside of that area. And the sports centre is a sports and leisure centre, and we have to treat that very carefully in the context of it's an active use. I don't think we want to see it going unless we can see some improved provision as a result of it. And therefore we say they need to be considered against the policy as a whole. And with that, not a specific allocation. And those sites generally contribute relatively small numbers overall.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that subject to provision for replacement sports, improvement sports being made, and subject to achievability being established, though there would be nothing in your view in the plan to prevent those coming forward for residential development.
Absolutely. So long as they accord with the policies, the plan and the framework ultimately, and it's looking at that in the context of windfall.
I think with this issue as well, is it fair to say that there may well be some brownfield sites out there, and we'll touch in future sessions on the council's windfall allowance. But is it also relevant to note the context of day one, where we discussed the housing requirements going up essentially? So it's placing additional pressures on the council to find more sites, and we'll probably hear from, as we have done from certain developers around the table, that obviously that means more land should be released, and we've sort of started to hear the sort of fors and against. But when we're looking at this issue about, is there enough brownfield land to meet housing needs? Presumably it's also relevant for the council that you've got now this added, whatever it was, 800 dwellings through the revised housing requirement as well.
You're absolutely right on that, sir. And the key issue has been raised throughout the plan process. And I think in each stage, we have sought to review and review and review again. And what we have done and seen over time is we have tested the thresholds with regards to how much housing we can deliver within our urban areas. And that has gone up subsequently. And in particular, through our approach, which is not to allocate hundreds of brownfield sites, in which case, we'd have a very lengthy hearings process, but to focus on those ones that contribute most towards delivering the overarching strategy, the big ticket brownfield sites, which I've referred to early on, those thousands of homes within Hemel, the town centre, the big ones that will contribute hundreds of homes. But for those smaller brownfield sites, to ensure that the strategy is permissive, it's reflected principally in the changes we made to the windfall, which is subject to some feedback also. Some people say the windfall is over aspirational. It's too much. A little note on windfall without going into the detail on it, but we've submitted some additional updated completions data as part of as an appendix to Matter 2, which is a long list of all these other, commitments or completions that have come forward in recent years. And that's provided by the County Monitoring Service. Now, they include within that sites which they consider to be PDL. And when we submitted that data, I did ask the question that says, to officers, can you just give me a flavor for all of those completions where it's got PDL? Tick yes. And it turns out that I think in the last 3 years, with regards to those windfall completions, historic trends, between 80 and 88% of homes completed in those years were on PDL sites. So in terms of that layer of what's actually happening through this strategy, what's happening in terms of what we're allowing, what we're seeing being developed, those historic completions, we've always said it's probably more meat to the bone in terms of the data, but we said 4 out of every 5 homes each year is coming forward on a brownfield site as windfall. And this is where we're saying, no, we believe our recommendation, our suggestion, and over time, you will probably see if you refer back to previous iterations of our consultation documents, the drafts, you will see that our windfall allowance, and we've tested it and tested it and tested it again as part of that process, and the figure's gone up and up and up, and we still think that's realistic and deliverable.
Thank you. Very clear. Okay. Any points that anyone wants to raise around the table on issue 1, questions 1 and 2? So yes, I should have said at the start, 2 as these 2 have done, and raise your nameplate should you wish to speak. No, that's reaching for a power cord over there. Okay. Right. Mr. Bainbridge first, and then Mr. Pichon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. David Bainbridge for Richborough. You'll recall previous submissions, including our hearing statements, that our interest is solely land west of Redbourne, east of the M1 motorway. And sirs, of course, you are not here to listen to support for the council's position, but rather to consider proposed changes. But if I may take the liberty to say that we do consider that the council has demonstrated exceptional circumstances and has gone to quite extraordinary lengths to explore provision of land for housing development in the face of an increase of local housing need and such like. But in that context, and at danger of repeating past submissions, and it perhaps a matter we'll come on to later into the agenda, our request, which I believe the council expressed some sympathy with, is for consideration as to whether or not, regarding the green belt, the test of soundness under the December 23 framework in terms of justified has been met. And we say that from the, albeit relatively narrow lens of consideration as to the review of the green belt in the location I previously mentioned, which hasn't been reviewed, hasn't been taken out. It's a rather difficult situation because, of course, as you would be asking the question, well, does that mean the plan overall is unsound? I think that perhaps be quite a bold statement to make, but we do ask whether you would be willing to consider a discussion by the council, or perhaps to ask whether the council would have a discussion outside the room beyond this session regarding the evidence, the assessment which went into the Greenbelt review and why it wasn't undertaken. Again, you might ask the question, I'll finish shortly, what does this matter for the landowners and for the promoters, developers in respect of the allocation within St Albans? Excuse me. It matters because of the fact that when it comes to the planning applications, one is already in and one is emerging, due to be submitted by the end of the year. They're cross-boundary applications. And there'd be an element whereby there would need to be consideration for the facility of sustainable development within that allocation if the St Albans plan goes forward, which obviously you're familiar with, as to whether part of the development would be inappropriate and need to meet very special circumstances.
Let's park that for now, because I did say yesterday I want to talk about it. So we do. I think it's just probably a bit out of step with the questions we're going through now, I think. Ms. Bristow, is that fair? So it is definitely on our radar and we do want to talk about it. I think probably just now is probably not the right time.
I think that's, I mean, from my perspective, as you say, Mr. Birkinshaw, we're aware of Mr. Bainbridge's point, and in particular the land that's being referred to, and that, I think that falls most close, that is most aligned in terms of issue 2 and what the Greenbelt reviews have done.
Thank you, sir. May I ask one other point, which is to say that I think the council very helpfully mentioned in their answer to you previously that appendix to matter 2 identifies the amount of homes in a 3-year period on previously developed land as windfall. And forgive me if it was just me, but I missed the specific reference. I think it was referred to as appendix to matter 2. I'd just be quite curious to have a look at it beyond this, sirs, and I wondered if you perhaps give us a liberty of just asking where exactly that could be found. I don't wish to make any submissions on it, it's just to have a look at it.
I think that's a fair point. As you know, I like references to things. So let's go to the council and then we'll come to Mr. Pichon.
So it's the council's matter 2 hearing statements. So it's on our hearing statements website, and we've got Appendix B, which is updated commitments, and then Appendix C, which is a windfall analysis update.
And so under Appendix C, that's where we go to see the ones that are previously developed.
I think just on the updated commitments, the matter 2 is the long list, the raw data, and you'll see that within that there's a column that has PDL, which has an N and a Y, indicating it's not or it is previously developed land.
Thank you. Did you want to say anything on Mr. Bainbridge's wider point that I think we in our minds, we're alive to, falls more closely under issue 2? But is there anything you want to say at this stage?
Nothing further at this stage.
Over to you, Mr. Pichon. Thank you.
Thank you. My first time at these sessions, so yes. I've just got a really query regarding the exceptional circumstances and the brownfield site. Just for my own benefit, I wonder if you could just clarify the date that the brownfield register was last updated.
I think sorry, I think, I mean, as a general principle and appreciating you haven't been here before, questions through us. I think the answer is 2021.
Okay.
Yes, it is. It's probably just worth noting, if I can, on the brownfield register, we hadn't received any submissions to be included in the brownfield register since 2021. The only notable exception is when we submitted this plan, we got one request for a very small site. We're intending to update it towards the end of this year to reflect that new site.
Okay.
Oh, that's helpful.
And really following on from Grovefields, and well done for listing some of the sites that they feel was not included in the plan. But there are others that certainly from our perspective are not in the plan. And one wonders why, because one of them had a planning application discussed in December 24, and there were quite considerable housing units discussed on that plan, but it's not included in your plan. And I was questioning why. And also there is another site along London Road that has been derelict for a long, long time, adjacent to the Aldi supermarket. And again, that site is not included in your plan. And I'm questioning why that is, if you say that you've covered it fully. But the register is only reviewed back in 2021. So it seems to me it's questionable whether or not full consideration has been given to brownfield sites. Thank you.
Thank you. Very clear points. Mr. Layton.
Thank you, sirs. I think they're reasonable points, and I respect the the concerns about this. I won't say it too often. I'll just kind of reiterate my point about the strategy as a whole, and the fact that the strategy as a whole and the policies and the plan are there intended to be supportive of growth, particularly the principle of housing development within the built-up areas. And as long as they accord with the policies of the plan, permission should be granted as much in accordance with paragraph 11 of the MPPF without delay. The register, what I would say about the HELA, and if we go to the HELA and the sources of data, if I can find that reference.
Is this going to the point that the sites we heard mentioned at Kings Langley have been filtered through the HELA process, and that's where we go to find them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the key points is the brownfield register is taken into, so it's a source of data, not the only source of data with regards to brownfield land. And we have to look at expired permissions. We have to look at other sources as well, and sometimes we have to draw our own lines and consider other opportunities. That is it. So the fundamental point we got here is that the HELA is a far bigger source of sites than the brownfield register, which follows a prescribed process. But the HELA and our assessment of sites for this plan draws upon the requirements of the brownfield register. The list of sites within our plan that are brownfield or is far in excess of those within the brownfield register is the kind of core point that I would like to make just in response to that.
This is maybe a slightly cruel question, but insofar as, say, if we pick one of those two sites, the Aldi site, that if Mr. Pichon were to look at that and I were to look at that particular site, that would be in the HELA, would it? And that would be discounted for a certain reason, or maybe it's not even made it into that process, just so that when I go back and I look at my notes, I can sort of follow that trail.
As long as they're being promoted or have been drawn from other sources, I think we just need to be mindful that we have to test sites against the test suitable, available, and achievable. We can't assess every piece of brownfield land within the borough. It's a bit disproportionate, especially when it's not actively promoted. It can only become brownfield land, or previously the brownfield land in the strictest sense, when it has been actively promoted for development. That is, I believe, the test between what is something that is just built and brownfield land is usually the definition that's been put forward. It needs to be promoted. We do look at, and we've reviewed our own assets as a council. We've looked at garage sites in particular. The vast majority of them have come forward on that, but it's only when the council has decided we need to look at these sites that they become brownfield land. And that gets factored into the HELA, and then that gets put through the process. So with the Aldi site, there are some sites, I know there's at least one Aldi site, that was a previous allocation. Which one? Sorry.
Forgive me, if there is a HELA reference on the site, because in my head, when I think of a site that is near an Aldi on London Road, I think about a site which is actually is proposed for allocation within the pre-submission local plan. We call it the Symbio site. So that has been proposed to be allocated, unless we're talking about a different site, in which case I could look into it. But
well, maybe this is something that if you did want to have a conversation outside the confines of this, you can work out where this has gone on. But from my perspective, I've heard very clearly, effectively, the points you've made. I've heard very clearly where I go to find the evidence and the broader context that Mr. Layden has set out. So from my perspective, I've heard what I need to. But Mr. Fisher, any last points?
Can I just repeat that, given that the register was last updated in 2021, one would question whether or not that it's valid in terms of the work that you've just done. And that's the point I'm making, that for a local plan, that is the number of houses that are now been included in that and the various sites that have been brought forward, a register that was only looked at in 2021, pre-COVID probably, is not, in my mind, an up-to-date register. Thank you.
I appreciate that, and I've just explained the position and recognise that, you know, it's about that. I think the only point to add is just on brownfield land, to just reflect the fact that what we mentioned yesterday, we did undertake a specific call for brownfield sites, and that was an open call for sites. We didn't close after 6 weeks. We left it open for well over a year. And noting that, you know, we took every site that was promoted through that process. And indeed, I think we even actively said people just put forward suggestions. It doesn't have to be the landowners. We did generally say, if you think there is a site, even if it's not yours, please put it forward and we'll consider it. We might say the availability is unknown, but it might be a good site and maybe we do more. So we very proactively tried to take these steps in response to the issues raised throughout the years.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. And if I could ask, once people have spoken, tip your nameplate on the side so it doesn't catch my attention. That's fantastic. Oh, I see there's another. Yes.
Good morning. Thank you very much. My name is Pippa Cheetham from Bath City Town Planning, and I'm assisting Greyfield Residents Association. Greyfields are a Tring-based organisation, but we've kept our eyes raised on these strategic issues, although we have referred to some examples in Tring. So I just wanted to, a large part of our hearing statement, it focuses on these two questions. So I won't go through every point in detail, but what I did want to raise was the fact that we're looking at exceptional circumstances here, and the test in the MPPF is to make as much use as possible of brownfield sites. And I accept from what Mr. Layden has said that they have looked at a huge number of brownfield sites around Hemel, and that there are allocations coming forward on those sites. But we have to go back to the test being as much use as possible. And what the group have done with a focus on Tring is looking at where those emissions are in the evidence. And our hearing statement at Appendix B shows our assessment using the same parameters of what has happened in Tring, and shows that there are additional sites in Tring. I think it's interesting to pick up on the point about those sites, those brownfield sites that have been, I think the phrase was actually promoted. We have struggled to pinpoint whether there was a specific brownfield call for sites in the same way that some neighbouring authorities have conducted that, where they have carried out a brownfield call for sites first before deciding whether to go for a greenfield call for sites. And I'm not sure that that is demonstrated in the evidence. We're looking at whether there has been a full examination of all reasonable options. And I think the other point that we wanted to raise was whether the evidence points to the approaches to the neighbouring authorities in the northwest, and simply says that they didn't respond. And I'm not sure that that meets the tests of the MPPF, which requires discussions with the neighbours. And I think that it's very clear that discussions have happened around the sort of southern borders, but whether that has happened to the north, I'm not sure. We have, as you've already sort of picked up, we've set out sort of 9 points in our hearing statement about where we think there are perhaps breakdown in terms of the brownfield site assessments. I'm happy to go through those in more detail, sir, if that's helpful, but it is there in our evidence, and we can pick those off perhaps later on in the day.
Okay, the point that stood out there, so I sort of take the latter points as notes, and obviously we had some discussion on the duty to cooperate, and we've heard a lot about that, and then it sort of falls for us to have to drink a fair bit of coffee and to think about what we've heard. So I take that point, but the key thing that stood out there was, where was this call for sites? So from your perspective, and we heard Mr. Layden say that it wasn't a call for sites as in looking at things that were necessarily actively promoted. It was a, please come and tell us where there are brownfield opportunities. That's what I heard there. Did you feed into that process?
No, we're not. We weren't promoting any sites at that time. What we have, I think it's quite difficult to track actually what happened, because the call for sites that I think Mr. Layden's referring to possibly was part of the Reg 18 2023, which seemed to be a focus on SANG sites. And perhaps there was an open call for all sites. I'm not sure. I think the point that we were making was that I appreciate there is very little guidance on how to do this, but other authorities with Greenbelt have done a call for brownfield sites first before deciding that they need to do a call for greenfield sites. Okay,
so in summary then, it wasn't entirely clear from your perspective when there was that opportunity. Okay, so let's get a fix on that. So I've heard that there was an opportunity, a call for brownfield sites that was open to anyone, not necessarily just site promoters. Can you take me to that specifically? That would be very helpful. Thank you.
Just getting the specifics of this. Just bear with me.
I have referred to it within, I keep going back to the same hearing statement, is issue 3, question 5, table 12, which sets out the sources within, or a summary of the sources within the HELA, and that lists out where, responses to each call for sites exercise has informed a previous iteration of a site assessment study. So we've done open call for sites, so not necessarily just brownfield, just greenfield, just SANG. We've invited participants to contribute these sites, but we haven't restricted participation either. So the table sets out essentially how many sites in the assessment came out of those responses, and then how many were carried forward for detailed testing as well. So call for sites exercises 2015, 2017. We invited site responses in 2020, 2021, and then 2023. We believe that's extensive.
So, thank you. So from what I've just, there were calls for site that weren't necessarily restricted to people promoting them, but were available for people to chip in their views, if I can say that, in 2015, 2017, 2020, 2021, and 2023. Okay.
Each one, I would probably say, just add, we do put the call for sites, and with that, we do tend to say we have a specific call for. We do kind of say this particular one, we have a particular call for. I believe, and what I recall, it was the 2021 version of that was the one that was the specific call that lasted in excess of a year. That then informed the 2023 version. And then the 2023 version had a call for sites for SANG, but naturally with the specific ask for SANG, but it was still open. But within the context of what we were asking for, we were saying this time we really want to know more about brownfield, this time we really want to know more about SANG. So it's open all around. It's just the nuance that says we want to know every single site possible and what you want to put it in the plan for.
Thank you. Okay, that's clear. Let's move on to question 3 then, if we may. So question 3 is, having determined at a strategic level that alterations to the greenbelt boundary would be necessary, how did the council determine the location of greenbelt releases? And how does this correlate to the settlement hierarchy? Now, I think on this one, what we've seen is to some extent linked to the site selection discussion we had yesterday, that there is a feeling out there that there is a lack of clarity as to exactly how all the inputs arrived at what's in the plan, if I can phrase it as broadly as that. That's the sort of central theme that comes out around the table, but I think probably the best way of approaching this question is to go around the table first, to see what are the particular angles to that people are concerned about, and then we can ask for the council's view, acknowledging that we mentioned yesterday that we would need to give some direction in terms of if we needed anything else to complete that story of how everything has been filtered into the plan and then resulted in what is actually in it. I didn't phrase that at all well. Okay, so question 3, who has any points to raise on this around the table? Okay, let's go left to right this time. So, Ms. Reid.
Thank you. Our point is a fairly simple one, and one that I made yesterday amongst others, and that you noted earlier. Our client is in agreement that exceptional circumstances do exist which justify a greenbelt release in accordance with the framework. However, as discussed yesterday, we consider the council have not revisited their site selection process, including the greenbelt reviews. The stage 3 greenbelt reviews dated 2020, which is now 5 years ago. And obviously a lot's changed in that time, as we've been discussing over the last couple of days, particularly in light of the shortfall in housing in the submitted plan, and in our view, the lack of provision for older people's housing. I know we can't mention our site specifically, but as we noted yesterday, it was missed in error. So therefore, our site has not been through the site selection process and has not been assessed in any of the greenbelt assessments since stage 1, where it was included within a much larger parcel of land, which obviously does score quite poorly. So just in a summary point, it's our client's view that in light of the overall housing shortage and the lack of provision for older people in the plan, that the site selection process in general needs to be revisited, and that further, more detailed greenbelt reviews need to be undertaken. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think the council confirmed yesterday, so we'll take that as an observation. Effectively, we know about the process as far as you're concerned, and we heard from the council yesterday, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Leyden, Ms. Mitchell, that there was no sort of going back to look at what additional sites could be included once there was the understanding that the plan period would change from 2024 to 2026, because in your view, it's the gap there is made up by what's already coming forward. Okay, my understanding of that is clear. Thank you, Ms. Reid. If you could pop your plate down. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry, that's my memory's failed me. Can you see?
Ms. Cheetham, I think. Yeah.
Ms. Cheetham, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, our point here really is that greenbelt sensitivity and weighting of quality of greenbelt doesn't really seem to have informed site selection. And what appears to have happened to us in reading the evidence is that the stage 1 and 2 greenbelt assessments were sort of thorough documents that assigned value to greenbelt. And then at stage 3, the greenbelt releases that were made were largely predicated on whichever developer was shouting the loudest. And so we do query whether the site selection and the spatial strategy was properly informed by the greenbelt evidence.
Okay, so my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, from the council, the stage 3 greenbelt review was looking specifically at allocations. So that didn't have a role in terms of filtering out sites from allocation. That was looking at those that were going to be allocated. So the issue to do okay, you can still hear me, the issue to do with the kind of the relative value of sites, contribution of sites to the purpose of the Greenbelt, that's all in the SKM Stage 1, which is 2013, and the ARUP Stage 2, which is 2017, is it? Yeah.
2016.
Excuse me, sir, if I may just clarify my
Of
point.
course.
I think that rather than focus on the review, which I do understand the purpose of that, what we say at paragraph 13 of our hearing statement is that we cannot track how the Stage 2 Greenbelt review, which included the evaluation of landscape, then impacted the site selection process.
Okay, I do wonder if that's for the next issue, but I take that point. Okay, clearly noted. Thank you. Mr. Chick.
Thanks, sir. The point I just wanted to make links to the points I made yesterday, really, relating to spatial strategy. So, firstly, having established the case for the release of Greenbelt land to meet its local housing need in full, the Council embarked upon a reasoned and proportionate strategy in accordance with the provisions of Policy SP2. That sought to focus growth primarily at Hemel Hempstead, in accordance with its position at the top of the hierarchy, but it also assumed almost 36% of the overall growth at the two market towns. Under circumstances now, following changes to the plan period, the plan is not meeting its local housing need, but the spatial strategy maintains the approach of allocating land in the Greenbelt to deliver housing. So in answer to question 3 of the MIQs, the significant change in emphasis to deallocate land originally identified for release from the Greenbelt in the market towns, mainly Berkhamsted, which now only includes 8.6% of the overall growth. That does not accord or correlate with the proposed spatial strategy. And you are alive to our concerns following discussions yesterday. And if it's okay, I'll provide a specific example of this in the sustainability appraisal. So, sustainability appraisal, reference CD 03.1. You've got the site options appraised at paragraphs 5.4.27 to 5.4.42. You've got the South Berkhamsted Urban Extension, 775 dwellings. That's assessed as a deliverable HELAR site that was included across a range of growth scenarios. Now, the smallest component of that site, Legbury Gardens, it's identified by the report as a site that could be allocated individually. That's paragraph 5.4.35. The same conclusion is reached in the HELAR, Appendix C, dated October 2024. That's reference SSA 01.4. So then you go to table 5.3 of the sustainability appraisal, which includes the sub-area scenarios for Berkhamsted, including the preferred option for 975 dwellings. And we question why Blegbury Gardens is not included as a component of this option, given the evidence says it could be allocated as a component. Section 7 of the essay, which the Council noted yesterday provides their reasoning for the preferred strategy, does not explain this. Indeed, through the live planning application on this site, the Council has indicated it could be considered as grey belt, so it could come forward as windfall development, subject to providing comfort on a SANG option to mitigate impacts. Now, the Council referred to SANG capacity yesterday as a reason not to allocate sites, presumably including the Greenbelt sites that were deallocated during the process. On this point, we understand there is a strategic SANG at Hill Farm, and on this, I refer you to the Habitat Regulation Assessment. This is reference CD 06.1, an Appendix F of that document, which provides a provisional SANG strategy. The Hill Farm SANG, which is identified north of Berkhamsted, is identified as a strategic SANG option, which is to absorb major and minor windfall development coming forward in the planned period within its catchment. You'll see that on pages 2 and 3. And it's also identified as an option to absorb development from the 2 smaller sites allocated in Berkhamsted. So, just bringing this all together, we question the Council's approach to deallocate sites previously identified for release from the Greenbelt, and the evidence just doesn't seem to justify this. And I think the change in the spatial strategy during the process, whilst maintaining the approach to allocate land in Greenbelt, is not backed up by the evidence, and I refer you to that specific example there.
So if I can just maybe try and simplify what I understand from what you're saying. We have the work that the Council has done specifically in terms of the HELAR and the site, and we talked about this yesterday, so this is, and I know you you engage in that debate as well. We have the work that the council has done on the HELAR and on the site selection paper. That has been influenced by the Greenbelt Stage 1 and Stage 2, and that's somehow fed into the sustainability appraisal. And your point is that if you look at the sustainability appraisal, there's this approach to bunching smaller sites within bigger sites to create different alternatives. And is it, in your view, that point at which the process has gone awry, or is it a later point, or can you not understand what happened at that juncture? I'm just trying to get to the very specific point that you're saying something went awry in your view.
Yeah, so just to clarify, I think, so you had that site south of Berkhamsted, which was allocated or proposed as an option for 775 dwellings. Then you've got what the council say, the Blackberry Garden site, which is a smaller site of that, as part of that. And they mentioned that could be potentially considered as an allocation independently. Then I believe that site is considered as an option within the options in the sustainability appraisal. But we question why it's not as an option within the preferred approach, given the potential.
Does this go back to what we talked about yesterday in terms of, and I asked the council several questions yesterday about, they had the site options paper, and that sort of set out where the sites were, neat summaries and diagrams, and then we moved forward and there was various HELARs, and then we get to the SA where site options are looked at, but then there was some confusion yesterday about the gentleman that was in charge of the essay said, well, we didn't really look at reasonable alternatives, we looked at a package. And then Mr. Briston and I asked the council, well, where's the next step in the process? Where do we find that sort of document that ties all these relevant bits together and says, actually, this is our strategy? The essay just sort of makes this option 7 package and we get a 1 page from the council. Is that the sort of point you're trying to make?
Yeah, that's it. So I think there's a gap in the evidence, and based on the evidence available, we don't think it's justified. But as you say, there seems to be a gap as well.
Okay, thank you. Yes, and Mr. Churchill next.
Yes, thank you. And obviously won't go over any of the discussion we had yesterday, specifically about the points on settlement hierarchy and spatial strategy. But our concern in relation to this matter is fundamentally, how did the council determine that sites with a higher greenbelt value should be allocated over sites with a lower greenbelt value? And if I can take you to a couple of examples, referencing SSA 01.4, which is the HELAR update Appendix C. And if we go to initially page 64 of that document with reference to the assessment of site Burke 030R, which records a moderate contribution towards the green belts, and compare that to the assessment of Tring 018R on page 479.
What was that reference again?
Tring 018R. Which records a strong contribution to the green belts.
Talking, sorry, just to be clear, we're talking overall contribution. We're not talking to certain purposes.
Overall contribution.
Overall contribution.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, it's a very high-level summary in that document, but obviously there is a wider assessment and assessment throughout the process, but it's just a useful touchstone. And our concern in relation to this point is that runs counter and contrary, and we fully accept that there are obviously a number of other considerations that need to be taken into account in relation to the proposed allocation of different sites, and we've talked about that to some degree. We will talk about it more as the examination goes on. But as a fundamental construct, that decision to prefer a site with a stronger contribution to one with a less strong contribution, if I can put it that way, that in contravention to particularly paragraph 181 of the NPPF, which directs that plans should
skipping a few words, allocate land with the least environmental or amenity value. We can obviously talk separately about how that's set in the context of the specific Greenbelt paragraphs, but throughout the MPPF, it's very clear that there should be the preference given to the allocation of sites with lesser value and ones with greater value in whatever circumstances we're talking. Common sense.
And I will go next to Mr. Harbridge. But just to be clear, is there any information that you've seen to make that clear? To set out why the council, in your view, chose certain sites, even though they have a higher contribution, rather than others? Have you seen any evidence, anything at all?
No. No. There is a chance, I suppose, that it may become clearer with the additional documentation and evidence that has been requested of the council. But as a kind of a fundamental construct, I think it's going to be very difficult to justify why. We've obviously heard from the previous speaker about the availability of SANG. In truth, that was never a discussion point at the point of allocation between promoters and the council. So it simply wasn't on the table. It was an arbitrary decision that was taken within these four walls.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go to Mr. Harbridge, Mr. Murray Cox, and then to the council. Mr. Harbridge.
Thank you, sirs. You've read our submission, so you'll know where I'm going to go with this, I think, because we have to go back to the beginning, to stage one. We disagree fundamentally that it's a robust piece of work, and we've submitted our own paper, which was accepted by Berkhamsted Town Council and put to DPC. And none of the points that we made have been corrected, and they've been passed through and magnified. Sites get put through on the basis of false, not facts. I don't want to go over, you have it, and I'm sure you have the reports. But just one example, when they first do the selection of the group, a certain selection of land, of open fields, which ends up in the South Berkhamsted area, is put in where they find the boundaries. They design the boundaries because that's all it can be. They justify it in saying that we have to pick a boundary that's defendable and permanent, but they design that to be the railway rather than the London Road, rather than the canal and the River Bulbourne. They jump over to the railway, which brings in the Berkhamsted STW, and that puts forward to downgrade the parcel of land in terms of built area and urbanisation. They then go on to say that the plot of land next to it, adjacent to it, which is not being promoted by a developer, should not be brought down that it is sited next to the sewage works. Yet they downgrade the land that is a minimum of 0.8 of a kilometre away. That's one example. There are lots more, and I don't wish to go into it because you have this information.
Indeed, just on those specific examples, I'm rapidly scrolling to the map. So this was a point about the SKM, the stage one.
Stage one, the very beginning.
And it starts from stage one in your view. Let's just, if I may, get that particular parcel, and okay. Have you got that document?
The SKM one?
The SKM, I just want to be absolutely clear. You've given an example. I just want to be absolutely clear for my notes. The land parcel we're talking about there.
Okay, so I don't have the exact one, but I can pull it up. I'll be able to pull it up if I can go to previous.
Just for my notes, that'd be really useful. The council may be able to step in here. It's on page 41 of the PDF, as I have it, where you get all the areas, the parcels of land mapped, just for my notes to be absolutely clear, so I can go and think about that.
I'm sorry, I'm struggling to, I do apologise, I should have had it printed out.
Nothing to apologise for.
Would you know on Dacorum site exactly? I think I've got, this is, yeah. So what page of the SKM are you on? Sorry, sir.
Page 41, I think that's the areas that it divides the study into. I just want to be absolutely clear of the one that we're thinking about here.
Sorry, page 41 of the PDF or the actual report? So that's the map? Okay. So the map that I'm seeing on that page has got areas, and around Berkhamsted we've got areas 6, 4, 7, etc. 11.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Harvard. Very useful for my notes. Mr. Murray Cox.
Thank you, sir. I suppose in a way this is a similar point to Mr. Churchill's, and we touched on it yesterday. One point we discussed in matter 2 was that the difficulty of following a line between the Greenbelt assessments, the spatial strategy and the allocations, particularly in relation to the point of your question now about paragraph 147 and sustainable patterns of development. We said yesterday that's born out of the SA, which when it looks at reasonable growth strategy 8, delivers more sustainable, more accessible, positive outcomes than others by locating development at places that are in the second tier of the settlement hierarchy.
Okay. Anything that you would like to say on what we've heard?
Thank you, sir. I've got some very short overarching points, just trying my best not to get into the detail on sites, if that's okay. I think there was a point made that reference to least environmental and immediate value, and that reference in the framework. But I think we do have to take this in the context of the Greenbelt. The Greenbelt is not that. It is not environmental value. It is not amenity. It is a planning designation first and foremost. And there's 5 purposes of that. And we know that through our selection process, that amenity and environmental value is considered separate from the Greenbelt. So just by reference to Appendix C of our HELA and how we have considered sites in detail. There is environmental considerations separate from that of the Greenbelt, but that we do consider the Greenbelt alongside those points. So I just kind of want to pull those 2 points apart and say that's what the framework is. But we're here today specifically talking about the Greenbelt and that. And obviously a number of people representing emission sites, obviously kind of referring back to the SA, and again, I don't want to kind of go back on that ground, but a particular point, just noting that many of them are representing sites in Berkhamsted in 2020, and the emerging strategy for growth, a number of these sites were recommended to be allocated at that draft stage. That's having regard to the same Greenbelt evidence as we have today. So I would probably say there's nothing with regards to the Greenbelt's assessment and the evidence we had done, because all of that evidence informed the 2020, and we haven't sought to review and update any of that evidence since. We felt it is still robust and has helped inform the selection of sites. The stage 2 study in particular, its approach is quite clear, that it looked at those 6 main settlements and looked at the land around those 6 main settlements in more detail than set out in the stage 1 study. And by that, it looked comprehensively and completely around those settlements. It didn't consider these are the sites that submitted at this stage. representing some of the land around the edge of these settlements, it looked all around these settlements, even the land that wasn't actively promoted at the time. A conscious decision that things can change. More sites may be promoted, more sites may fall away. And I think they're important points to consider too, in terms of the point here about, in making the decisions on our strategy. Our evidence for stage one covered the whole borough, and indeed, consistently with our neighbours, St Albans and Welland, further east. And with that, obviously, when you look at stage two, it goes into a more granular approach, but it's starting to reflect the strategy. And I think that's an important consideration. And reflecting the fact that we need to look at it completely and robustly, and including the land that wasn't actively promoted. And the final point, I think, with regards to this is, again, going back to the fact that we consulted on sites in 2020, and some of these sites were in, and just being clear that the Greenbelt study and the evidence informed our judgment at that stage. So I would contend it's not really a matter of Greenbelt why these sites are not in the plan. We haven't changed our evidence. It's other matters, and there's some reference to the fact that they're still looking for mitigation solutions around habitats regulations. That was noted with regards to the Blakebury Garden site, just by example. Going back to my very, very initial point in the discussion around brownfield, we've been asked to revisit brownfield land. We've been asked to do more for brownfield land. And as each stage has progressed from 2020 to 2023 and 2024, our strategy has responded to that to try and maximize brownfield land with the overarching aim to reduce the amount of land to be released from the Greenbelt. And that has culminated in a plan that we still maintain today is meeting the needs. Now, that's not saying that there's fundamental problems with many of the other sites. It's just saying that this plan as submitted is seeking to meet the needs. And it's sound, and it's meeting the test set out in the framework. So they're the kind of overarching points with regards to the Greenbelt studies, with regards to how this plan is, responding. Maybe a little bit of narrative around some of the reasons for why some of these sites are not in. There was reference made to the SA and things like that. But ultimately, the one we chose is an appropriate strategy that seeks to meet our needs in a manner that's consistent with the framework.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to go a little bit out of order because something that you said there clarified a point in my mind. If we've got the stage 2 Greenbelt review, the one undertaken by Arab, what I heard just there was the sort of comprehensive approach, and this is maybe just me speaking my mind and is relevant to a later question. What we just heard there is the comprehensive approach that was taken to these other sites adjacent to existing urban areas of towns and large villages. So if you go to paragraph 1.2 of the stage 2 study, that says it looks at the stage 1 study, that we've been talking about, that Bragg have raised, and then it looks at other sites adjacent to existing urban areas of towns and large villages. So those would be the larger villages of Bovingdon, Kings Langley and Margate. I will want to ask at some point where I go to find out the extent of that, of what was looked at there. Because that again feeds into what consideration was given to, for example, brownfield land and sites that are accessible. That's just a flag for later. Thank you for your explanation there. Are there any more points, any last points on question 3? Oh, there are lots more points. Okay. Let me start with you this time, Mr. Pigeon.
Thank you. The Residents Association has submitted a written points covering this, so I won't go over that. But we did suggest some rewording because of the sensitive environment in Dacorum, mentioning the Chilterns National Landscape and the Chiltern Beechwood Special Area. But the question I would ask is does the council consider that there is a reason to have a policy over the Gade Valley, because the Gade Valley stretches through the borough, contains considerable green belt, and is a feature that we all recognise. So I'm asking the question, is that in their discussions and in their local plan, do they have a policy on the Grade Valley? And if not, will they?
Okay, thank you. Made note of that, and I'll come to the council. Mr. Bright.
Thank you. Yes, so I'm here to represent the residents of Tring, and not surprisingly, with that in light, I do not believe the council has determined the location of the Greenbelt releases correctly. I think from our perspective, that I agree with the inspector that comments earlier where he said that in terms of there hasn't been a strategic review of settlements when we've looked at the Greenbelt release. It's been very much on a piecemeal basis, and so therefore it hasn't minimised the impact on the Greenbelt and the areas, and in terms of focusing on areas in terms of minimising the impact on Greenbelt and those that are served well by public transportation, as per paragraph 147 of the MPPF. So from our perspective, what that has led to is a level of growth share for Tring, which is inappropriate at 46% growth for Tring in terms of the number of residents, when compared to 24% for Dacorum, 27% for Hemel, and 15% for Burco. So we feel that that strategic overview hasn't been taken into account when looking for where are we going to release those Greenbelt areas to minimise the impact on the overarching Greenbelt. I heard the council talk earlier about brownfield and how they've identified lots of brownfield. Now, all of the area around Tring that's being sacrificed, that's being developed on it, is Greenbelt. No brownfield sites have been identified in Tring, so all of that work that's been talked about earlier is Hemel-centric. I think Tring's probably no different to some of the other settlements as well. Some of the other settlements outside of Hemel probably have nothing in the plans for brownfield. So from a Tring perspective, we see a non-strategic approach to Greenbelt release, which has led to a disproportionate amount of the share of Greenbelt coming from Tring. And then when we see no brownfield in Tring being put forward, but yet we've shown you where the brownfield is, that feels to me like a bit of a breakdown in the overall process. I think the other thing I would mention is, although there is obviously some disconnect between the different stages of the Greenbelt review, which has just been well spoken about, the last stage was still in August 2020, which was, so therefore what hasn't been done is no one's applied the 2023 version of the MPPF to that Greenbelt assessment, because it was prior to the 2023. Yeah. And the last point I'd just like to make ever so quickly is that, again, from a resident's point of view, Reg 18, 5% growth, Reg 19, 46% growth, a historic market town which should be protected by Purpose D of Greenbelt purposes. I know some of those things aren't specifically relevant to the point of question, but I just wanted to sort of put those out there.
It's very clear, thank you. I'm taking careful notes there. Ms. Cheetham.
Thank you. I just wanted to come back on one point, having heard from Mr. Naden, and that was the point about Greenbelt not being an environmental designation, which I do agree with in terms of pure environmental protection. But I just wanted to go back and remind the meeting that in the council's own evidence for the Greenbelt Stage 1 and Stage 2, there's a very clear connection is made by the consultants about the third purpose of the Greenbelt being safeguarding the countryside and what that actually means and represents in terms of environmental protection. So whilst it's not explicit, there is that connection in the council's own evidence.
Okay, thank you. I'll certainly take that as an observation. I think that purpose being set out in the 1988 version of PPS2. Okay, Mr. Churchill, and then I'll come to the council and then I'd like to move on. Thank you, Mr. Churchill.
Yeah, sorry, it was just a very brief one, and just to pretty much echo the point just made, but clearly within the MPPF, it is anticipated that notwithstanding the point that Mr. Layden made, that the Greenbelt will perform a function in relation to outdoor sport and recreation, landscape, visual amenity and biodiversity value, which is set out in paragraph 150 of the NPPF. So it does serve that function, very much so.
Okay, thank you. So that's aligned with the point we heard from Mr. Cheetham. Okay, so over to the council for any comments. Two key standout points are policy or how the plan relates to the Gade Valley, and the contention that the strategic approach to locating development, particularly in respect of Tring, was absent from the process that has led to the plan and Greenbelt release that we see before us.
Thank you. I'll keep these points as concise as I can. Question was asked on whether there's a policy on the Gade Valley. In short, there is not a specific policy on the Gade Valley. I think when it comes to drawing boundaries, which is probably the point relevant to this discussion, and without getting into the detail of sites, we've made a very, very intentional reflection of this particular point about the Gade Valley, in that we have growth proposed on the edge of Hemel as the potential to impact the Gade Valley. But with regards to our strategy, we have sought to retain the entirety of the Gade Valley slopes within the Greenbelt. And that is kind of a direct response to that in light of our evidence. Now, just note, again, in degree of caution, that Gade Valley does run into Hemel Hempstead and the River Gate goes into that. We do have other policies in our plan relating to watercourses, etc. as well, and as well as to landscape and our landscape character assessments as well, to which the Gade Valley is featured quite prominently within those. The point on Tring with regards to that growth, and I think there's a pertinent point here just to draw upon, and I think it goes back to the spatial strategy again. It is about focusing growth and directing growth towards our most sustainable locations. By that, we are choosing to say our most sustainable settlements in the absence of having considered alternatives. And Tring is a market town. It's in the settlement hierarchy, as we discussed yesterday. We consider it to be the next best location for growth. And for that, the strategy is responding to that. And that has regard to the hierarchy and the consideration of accessibility. And the particular point about directing it towards, sustainable transport and these considerations. Tring benefits from a station, albeit not in its centre. It's on the edge of, currently outside of it. And in considering our patterns of growth, we consider growth between the existing settlement of Tring, when considering the Greenbelt, and Tring Station. So when it comes to the strategy and our approach, broadly speaking, we've had to have regard to these matters and looking at the sustainability credentials of each settlement as well as its surroundings to consider, whether growth can be delivered more sustainably. And we feel there's avenues and opportunities for that. And we feel that, we appropriately respond and reflect to these particular points of national policy in terms of our decisions and where we've chosen, for instance, to the east of Tring relative to other parts of Tring. We're pointing it towards, train stations.
If I may, I've just got some references in the hearing statement that could be useful. Again, we're going back to, I believe it's issue 3, site selection methodology, response to question 4, paragraph 3.4.12 sets out the point that Ronan just made about how the site selection process has informed that decision on the boundary of North Hemel relating to the Gade Valley. Thought that one could be a handy one to note. And then regarding got the sustainability appraisal as well. It's the first section, it's when you open, so it's 5.3 site options. From 5.33 onwards, that discusses how that was considered, how the Greenbelt Review was considered through the development of reasonable alternatives. So when we talk about striking a balance between wider sustainability objectives and Greenbelt sensitivity, that's out within section 5.3 of CD 03.1.
Thank you. So I would like to move on to questions 4 and 5. Just a friendly reminder that if you've put your nameplate on the side and you don't want it anymore, turn it back, please. Okay, question 4. This is more of an oddity, and I honestly I don't know where I stand on it, and but there isn't a policy, is there, in the plan on the Greenbelt specifically?
Thank you, sir. In short, no, there isn't. And this is something we've mulled upon quite often. In 2020, we did have a policy on the Greenbelt. And for all intents and purposes, it very much reflected national policy, and it's the point of trying to avoid repetition as much as we can. We have made no specific policy on Greenbelt. There is reference made in particular parts of other policies that could basically say, you know, with regards to neighbourhood plans allocating land in the Greenbelt, and with regards to other notable elements as well. But fundamentally in our statement, in response to this, we did basically put out some suggested tweaks that we felt adds a bit more teeth with regards to this particular point, and some suggested changes which we hope would be helpful and more effective, but still trying to avoid the kind of relatively narrow approach with regards to what national policy says and how much more we can say beyond that.
Indeed, it's not easy, is it? But I think what you've suggested is probably something we would agree with, and that's simply because obviously the statutory basis for decision taking is in line with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. That's out clearly what is expected in terms of development proposed in the Greenbelt. Well, that makes it all very clear. And you have suggested that development proposed in the Greenbelt will be determined in accordance with national policy, which I can't think anyone would object to. So that makes entire sense. Okay. We have a couple of flags up, which I wasn't necessarily expecting on this point, but okay, Mr. Bainbridge and then Ms. Rawlings.
Thank you, sir. We did make submission within our hearing statement in respect to this point, and it was very much our position as Richborough that we feel that the local plan should not include a policy specifically on the Greenbelt. Of course, this local plan's been examined under the December 23 framework. There have been significant changes, one could say, between the December 23, December 24. No one can predict the future as to whether or not there'll be a further change to the framework, and you've succinctly put across the position in respect to decision making. So we feel quite strongly that there shouldn't be a policy on the Greenbelt. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Rawlings.
Thank you. Stacey Rawlings for Hallam Land. We deal with the Polehanger Lane HM13 allocation. We had tucked away in our representations at Reg 19 under NE4 for the Sang and Chiltern Beechwoods SAC, and obviously in our site-specific comments to the policy HM13, the issue about the slight conflict we're experiencing between not having a Greenbelt policy that may arise if we don't have a Greenbelt policy. I think we support the council that there wasn't a need for one, but I think when you have allocations that have part of those land requirements in the Greenbelt and have requirements to deliver certain aspects of the allocation on them, it's not just Polehanger Lane, obviously it applies to Tring East and Berkhamsted as well. There is this slight difficulty where you are then under Greenbelt policy, and we are, if it goes forward, only allowed then to deal with the national policy. And the conflicts that we're experiencing, because we have a planning application running at the moment, are the fact that in the development management role for Dacorum, anything beyond, in the Sang areas, anything beyond sort of fencing, dog ponds, is then constitute inappropriate development. So we have the conflict where the Natural England requires a certain amount of parking, depending on the size of the Sang. They require toilet blocks, they require, in some instances, and we're looking at that, cafes, whether they be portable or spaces. And we haven't got a policy in this plan to sort of deal with those ancillary items that are built items. And I think where Dacorum starts from in their decision making is that they consider those to be inappropriate development. So we have that slight conflict, and it's just whether the plan is effective without the Greenbelt policy. We're not necessarily searching for one, and we weren't looking for one. But later on, when we come to those NE4 discussions and the site-specific discussions, it's just a question about if we haven't got a specific Greenbelt policy, that can have a sort of attachment to it.
I think the issue there, and it's a sort of flag for the future, is that is a really key point that we will be discussing. It goes to the effectiveness of the allocation. So, appreciate why local authorities want to do this, but it goes to the heart of effectiveness, that if you have an allocation and part of it is still within the green belt, how you effectively deliver the allocation, given the things, as I can't see the lady's name, my eyesight's not good, Miss Rawlins, that goes to the heart of effectiveness of those allocations. I think that's where we have that discussion around some of those issues.
Anything the council want to say at this stage? If not, okay.
Can I just raise one point? Just by clarification, it was for a question for Mr. Cheetham. I think you said earlier on when we were going through some evidence, I think you said that in your view, the Greenbelt Stage 3 had only looked at allocated sites. Is that right?
So I clarified my point that was actually that we weren't, we couldn't find how the Stage 2 had informed site selection rather than the other way around. So,
which probably leads us into the next session. Yeah.
Does anyone want to speak on question 5, which is around the provision of safeguarded land? Now, I've seen the council's position statement. We've seen various representations. There's also the note in the 2013 Stage 1 Greenbelt study that talks about the possibility of allocating safeguarded land needing to be carefully considered in future plans. But does anyone want to speak on that, or else we'll be guided by what we have in writing? Yes, Ms. Vita.
Very briefly, we actually support the council's reasoning and not having any safeguarding land. It's likely that there will be an early review of the plan, so it could cause more problems than it would solve.
Okay, and I'm going to take a wild guess that the council don't want to comment on that. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Churchill.
Yes, thank you. And obviously made a point about 148 on day one in relation to legal compliance matters, but we've made a brief comment in our hearing statement. Indeed, it follows through from the representations, but the context obviously was the extent of unmet needs, the increase in housing provision, and quite frankly, the opportunity that Para 148 gives local authorities to ease itself into the process of an early review, if indeed that is necessary, as is suggested by the submissions. So it provides what we would say is a good opportunity to not waste this level of evidence that's been prepared and should be capitalised upon.
And in your view, just pressing you, given that we're talking about soundness, is your view that in the absence of safeguarded land to meet longer term needs, the plan is unsound?
Yes, that was the point I made on day one. It's very specifically to look beyond the planned period on the assumption that it wouldn't then need to revisit greenbelt boundaries at the next juncture.
Thank you. Let's get the council's view on that, and then we'll have an adjournment before we come on to issue 2. So the point being put that in failing to safeguard land in terms of the greenbelt safeguarding, so this is to meet longer term development needs at such point as they materialise, that the plan is unsound without doing that.
I think the council's response is relatively short and concise in 2 points. 1 point, we did consider it, and it was set out in our statement to question, or response to question 5. We considered it, and we included consideration of safeguarded land in 2020 as part of the emerging strategy for growth consultation. Was specifically identified the longer term growth would be safe, beyond the plan period would be safeguarded. We reviewed that position, and in light of that, in finalising this plan, we considered it was not necessary in light of everything we have said today regarding meeting needs, etc. So I'll just leave that there. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you all very much. Right. Let's have a break. 20 past. Okay, let's adjourn now, come back at 20 past. Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. Let's resume. Let's continue. We are now on, unless there are any matters arising, issue 2, the Greenbelt Review, of which there are 9 questions. Some of the latter questions may fall away slightly, depending on who's here to speak. Question 1. Now, we asked how the 34 potential sites referred to in the Stage 3 Greenbelt Review, which has been mentioned by Ms. Cheetham in particular, related to the 58 sites outside the urban areas assessed in the site assessment study and addendum. My question now, and we've raised this a few times, is how those 34 potential sites referred into the Stage 3 Greenbelt Review then made it, or some of them then made it into the plan before us. So where is the evidence as to what happened between the Stage 3 Greenbelt Review and the sites that are allocated in the Greenbelt in the plan? It's moving that question on a bit, but that is the key thing in our minds, in mine and Mr. Birkinshaw's mind.
Thank you, sirs. It might be that I need to draw a little bit more upon the council's response to this, but ultimately I think we've tried to set it up in response to this particular question quite clearly, the step-by-step of how the number has changed at each step. I could go through that now if you wish, but it is hopefully clearly spelled out within that. One of the points of note, I think, on this is you're referring to 2 studies from 2020, I think, first and foremost, and I think we have the Stage 3 Greenbelt Review, which you've referred to quickly there, CSN 09.1, relate to the 58 sites outside the urban areas assessed in the site assessment study and addendum, which is, again, SSAO 3.1, SSAO 3.5. That is the work prepared by ACOM, which I would define as being an earlier iteration of our HELA, is that study. So that was a study undertaken by ACOM that looked at rural sites, or sites outside of our main settlements in 2020. And that was in essence we coined the rural HELA at the time. And at the same time, we also had an urban capacity study, which is a separate study which looked at the urban capacity within the 6 minutes. And that was the starting point for our kind of HELA evidence in 2020. So in considering that, and some of just the notable points, again, this is maybe just a little bit detailed, but the ACOM study didn't just consider Greenbelt sites. The ACOM study included, considered sites in other parts in the rural area outside of the Greenbelt as well. So that you're aware that there's other settlements which have sites that are promoted that are not in the Greenbelt, and some of those form part of the ACOM study. So that's where some of them have been discounted. And then with that process, we have the site selection topic paper, which is also referred to in our statement as well, and PCDO 5.1, in particular paragraphs 3.83 to 3.85. And that presents the justification for why some of those ACOM sites were discounted, resulting in a total of 37 sites, getting there. So we're getting close to that. But then with that then, they were subject to various forms of testing. And with those 37 sites, how we get that to 34 is spelled out in our response to this question 1, and it's paragraph 2.14. And it just contains a step-by-step approach about particular sites. First one being the new settlement, or the potential new settlement along Marsden, which we felt we need to test. That's not in the Greenbelt. Above in the airfield, it was not being promoted actively at the time for any housing. It's consistently being promoted for other uses. We chose not to include that in the Stage 3 study. We just felt, it wasn't necessary. Bunkers Park, we made reference to, it's for a different consideration, crematorium, and that's now come forward and being developed and built out. Flotts Meadow was one of those that it was a very, very small site, and I think when it came to the granular nature of what we wanted in the Stage 3 study, it was probably so small that we kind of felt it probably wasn't worth it. And then finally, just to note as well, we have the south of Berkhamsted site, which is included within our plan, but just for that point, you will recognise within our plan, hopefully, that comprises of 2 separate parcels of land. And with that, it was considered as a single rather than a double. So that is just the variation between them at that point in time. I hope that's been sufficiently clear.
So we go from 58 from the AECOM version of the Housing and Economic Land Availability Assessment, which looks at sites outside the urban area, and you've said it is a separate urban capacity. That gets filtered through the site selection, so just grade me on this. That gets filtered through the site selection paper that we've talked a lot about, 37. 4 of them get knocked out because, with reference to the interim sustainability appraisal, 3 of them get knocked out for various reasons, whether they're not in the green belt, etc. Then we get to 34 that are considered in the stage 3 green belt review. And now bring us up to date, those 34 that are in the stage 3 green belt review, how do those translate to the allocations in the plan that are in the green belt? What's the process? What's that cog between those 2 points?
So the best way to describe it is those 34 sites, where would have been those sites in the green belt that would have formed part of the SA interim appraisal, they were considered, the preferred sites alongside the other sites. It was a different study produced by a different consultant. It was produced by TRL, that 2020 interim SA. Subsequent to that, AECOM, progressed work on sustainability appraisal in 2023 and most recently 2024. But back then, TRL's approach was they did the site-by-site appraisal in the context of against the SA framework, which is slightly different than what AECOM did. So they were, in essence, what I would probably say, the long list of sites with the potential to be considered for allocation. And again, without needing to trying to revisit evidence over and over and over again, we have sought to kind of try and capture things, as we do with most green belt studies. There's nothing worse than having to revisit and produce another stage 2 study or another stage 3 study. They can create confusion and what was the word? We'll come on to that, I'm sure. But they were at that time, and we would still consider, the evidence in that. As far as I'm aware, I'm pretty sure that all our sites have drawn upon, all our sites that are within the plan, within the green belt are within the stage 3 study still, so that the evidence remains, consistent with that. So again, if you think about it as the long list of potential sites, you find some of the sites around the table here today are contained within that study as well.
So, I'm sorry if I didn't make myself clear. I'm trying to work out, because we have, how many site allocations are there in total? 24, of which I'm trying to remember how many are in the green belt. 12, something around that number. So there has been a process between the stage 3 green belt review that looks at 34 sites, and this is a point I think raised by Mr. Chick. There's been some form of process, and what we need to put our finger on very precisely is where it's set out, this change from the 34 to what's in the plan. And that's what you'll appreciate why I'm pressing this. We're not quite getting what we need to put our finger on that.
And I think I understand that, and I think it's very reflective of the discussions we had yesterday, and I think it's a valid, pertinent point that we are, quite happy to respond positively to on that. Again, without going too much more detail and maybe drawing upon some of what I said earlier this morning about this, is just going back to, and I know we're not talking about the SA, we're talking about Greenbelt, but there are a range of factors that inform the Council's decision, and Greenbelt is part of that consideration. It's considered within the site assessment work, but it's not a fundamental reason to discount sites, and I think it's reflective of the fact that there's a number of sites in our plans that are on land that contribute very well or very strongly, as well as some of those that contribute, least towards purposes. And as well as that, I note that when it came to those sites in the plan, obviously referring to a number of these around the table, they were included within previous draft iterations based on the same evidence of Greenbelt. So it wasn't, we would never have considered it wholeheartedly an intrinsic reason in its own right to discount sites. It formed part of the evidence. Now, when going back to my point earlier about referring to our approach with the SA, and obviously we've drawn upon the fact that we put a a bunch of scenarios, and we've worked with ACOM on those. So they've developed scenarios, they've appraised scenarios. They have to consider sites on the realm, but they know they're not appraising sites, but they appraise, a strategy or, alternative strategies, albeit maybe subtle ones. And with that, our Section 7 sets out our preferred approach. Now, I think what you're obviously looking for is obviously where we got to yesterday, but the specific point of what, I think the way I would coin it is, well, what are our concerns with these other sites, perhaps, or why they are not there over and above the ones that were within the plan. And Section 7 draws upon some of those concerns, but maybe isn't absolutely complete in that. But it is going to the point that says, well, do we need all of these sites? Or are we going to choose, based upon the appraisal, the sites we feel are, make up an appropriate strategy? It's not to say, but needless to say, as I said, there's little subtleties in the discussion. Some people have talked about the fact they're still looking at mitigation solutions. There's other factors here. But I think the point about, with regards to this discussion and the Greenbelt studies is going back to like that 2020 work. We had a topic paper on the Greenbelt, which kind of looked at each site relative to the parcels and the assessments. We looked at, we had a site selection topic paper that I would have always said was almost the baseline for every decision we've made since. Pretty much. We haven't seen a raft of really big new sites since 2020, changing that evidence. But our evidence has just needed to be updated and modified where we felt appropriate. So, in conclusion, I think what I would say is it's probably part of this, what do you need from us point to give you comfort on this. The 2020, really was helpful in getting us to a full draft plan and our decisions and recommendations. There has been, changes and variations, but going back to the points of, well, we don't need all of these sites. So we have chosen ones we consider make up an appropriate strategy as having regard to the appraisal findings.
I think you're right to flag it up and to link it to that, as it does come back to, in our view, the clarity with which that process is set out. So we will need to provide some advice, and I think you're absolutely right to link the two there. Okay. Any questions from you, Mr. Birkinshaw, on that?
No, I think we're sort of slightly going around in circles on this point. It is made clear yesterday. I think there is everything you say is, it is correct, and what you're explaining to us, there's clearly been a process that you followed. I think what we're really, really struggling with, and I think other people around the table are struggling with, is there's a stage in the process where the sort of trail goes cold a bit, really. We don't know how you've got to the sites that are allocated in the plan. And that's a concern because it's a concern for two reasons. It's a concern firstly because yesterday, Mr. Fessy, I think it was clear that his role as part of the SA didn't look at reasonable alternative sites, and it wasn't a sort of site by site assessment. And you remember yesterday I said, the SA isn't this magic black box that's going to give you all the answers, and everyone agreed. The SA was part of the process. It's part of the council's, helps inform the council's judgments around which sites to allocate. And we've got things like the SA, and then we've got things like the Greenbelt Stage 3, and we've got other pieces of evidence that are all feeding into something, but then it stops. We can't then, there isn't that sort of site selection appraisal like you did in 2020, where you very neatly draw everything together and then provide a succinct conclusion that, yes, in our judgment, this site is appropriate, or yes, in our judgment, we think there's going to be coalescence or harmful impacts from highways, whatever it is. There isn't that sort of real killer piece of evidence that Mr. Bristol and I can point to understand why the sites are in the sites. Now, why is that important? It's important for two reasons. It's important because the plan needs to be justified, but it's also important critically here for today because you're trying to demonstrate exceptional circumstances, especially with the Greenbelt sites. These aren't just allocations on the edges of towns. You need to demonstrate exceptional circumstances, and so the evidence needs to substantiate that.
I think that set out more clearly than I did our collective thoughts on that, and I suppose that's an appropriate point to say. On question one, we've set out our thinking. Mr. Birkinshaw set out clearly our thinking. Are there any other points people wanted to raise on question 1? So we are now, sorry, issue 2, Greenbelt review, question 1.
Just quickly, does anybody disagree with what I've just said? No.
Okay. Well, then let's move on to question 2 then, which is on what basis were the other sites adjacent to existing urban areas and large villages reviewed in the stage 2 Greenbelt review selected? So this goes to the purpose of the study. We've got the stage 2 Greenbelt review undertaken by ARP, who we don't, I think, have representatives of here, but the purpose of the study says, we touched upon this slightly earlier, that it was to look at other sites adjacent to existing urban areas of towns and large villages, in addition to, it seems, reviewing and looking at the stage 1 2013 SKM process. So as we read that, that is casting the net more broadly in terms of what potential there is there. Can someone from the council talk me through what the methodology was for those other sites? How broad were they? What did they take account of? How was that decided?
So thank you. Provide a few references just in response to this. Again, just to reconfirm, obviously, our evidence is set out within our response to question 2. But on this particular point, it is worth going to see how it's set out. So looking at stage 2, CSN 08.1, and you made reference to, obviously, the section 1.1, the purpose of it. The methodology is set out for this particular bit in section 4.2.1, which is on page 21 of the PDF. So that's 4.2.1 Greenbelt. It says the scope of the study. Paragraph 3 of that says, additionally, in accordance with the council's brief, the study considered other land parcels adjacent to existing urban areas of towns and larger villages as defined by the adopted core strategy, an appropriate starting point. And that's reflected on map 4.1 below, which just spells out this is the Greenbelt situation, and these are the 6 settlements quite clearly spelled out. And from there, paragraph 4 talks about defining boundaries clearly, using physical features that are readily recognizable and likely to be permanent. So that's part of the rationale of determining the boundaries.
No, yeah. And you may be coming to this, but I had highlighted that section. So additionally, in accordance with the council's brief, the study considered other land parcels, I'm reading from 4.21, adjacent to existing urban areas of towns and large villages as defined in the adopted core strategy. We know policy SS1 is essentially the same in terms of the hierarchy as shown on map 4.1. If you go to map 4.1, that shows the location. It said the location of towns and large villages. It doesn't, so within St Albans local plan, which has buffers, for example, so it has a certain area drawn around those from which a consideration was given to which sites may be suitable for release, how to what extent they contribute to the Greenbelt. From what I've seen, you may be going on to this, I can't see where that sort of, and I know you're not using buffers, so it's different, but I can't see where that was drawn. So where's the extent of these other sites? So
yeah, I was getting there. Thank you. And no, it's absolutely fine. It's the right thing because you're seeking the clarity, and that's absolutely right to do that. And that they made, just going back to that paragraph, and obviously at the end of that paragraph, say there was some discussion at the inception meeting about whether boundaries could be created using landscape and design. This was taken into account when considering the suitability of land. Whilst it is desirable for parcels in general to be consistent in terms of scale, it was recognised that in reality there was a degree of variance. The defining of land parcels took into account local context and involved an element of professional judgment. And with that, the outcome of that process results in table 4.2, those sub-areas being defined, so just below that. And that is the outcome of the professional judgment and the view and the assessment of our working with the council on that. And broadly speaking, now this is probably where we differ from St. Albans. St. Albans took a methodical approach and said we're going to apply a buffer because everything within that buffer. I understand, and forgive me if you need me to go back to Arab on this, but they basically took account of the physical defined boundaries and the approach around that, rather than a buffer that would be a strict, hypothetical line that cuts across boundaries. And it was just that view that said they wanted to identify sufficient land around each of these settlements. And broadly speaking, when you look at that one, you can see that, to all intents and purposes, the land around each of those settlements is considered around the existing boundaries.
So if we're on map 4.2, the sub-areas, all of those sub-areas were considered?
Yes, and that does include land not strictly promoted by anyone at that time. So that's just a complete, consistent approach to looking around the edge of the settlements. It does have to take a degree of where do the lines get drawn. That was the point of professional judgment in coming to that point.
Okay. Thank you. So I don't, that's really helped clarify things in my mind on question 2. On what basis were the other sites adjacent to existing urban areas and large villages reviewed in the stage 2 greenbelt? We have in particular, was it map 4.2, table 4.2, all of those sub areas, and there is an element of professional judgment which you've set out there. Did anyone have any comments on that point? Okay. So question 3 then, and maybe I could have, excuse me, phrased this maybe slightly more neutrally, but nonetheless, question 3 is, given that the Greenbelt reviews become progressively more fine-grained, which I think is a fair statement, has a sufficiently thorough process been undertaken to consider the impacts of removing land from the Greenbelt, including in respect of land that is previously developed and or well served by public transport? So we've heard some points on this already, but can I just ask if anyone wants to, I could lead the questioning, or I could just ask if anyone wants to raise any particular points on this. I think I'm very well aware of the perspective of quite a few of you. Okay. Mr. Cheetham, Mr. Ostenfeld, and we'll hear from the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we can get into the weeds on this issue in questions 4 and 5, and I don't want to take up hearing time on things that we've put in writing, but I think our perception, and I've sort of alluded to it earlier, is that stage 1 and 2 of the conclusions from stage 1 and 2 have not been followed through into the stage 3 work. And I think that when we're looking, as your question alludes to, about whether sort of the assessment of, whether it's led to the right sort of distribution in terms of previously developed sites or land that's well served by public transport, I think that's where it starts to fall away. And we can go into as much detail as you want, sirs, in terms of our assessment of the brownfield position in Tring. Very happy to do that, but it is all there in writing. And I think then we have to look back at what the sustainability appraisal says, and at paragraph 5.4.44, it recognises that Tring is a sort of lower order settlement than places like Berkhamsted and not as well connected in public transport terms and transport terms in general, and yet it's receiving significantly greater proportion of growth and more extensive greenbelt releases, resulting in quite thin strips of greenbelt being left on the edge of the town, and we cannot follow how those decisions have been arrived at. So, as I said, sir, we can go into as much detail as you like, either now or later. but we have all of that evidence.
Could you possibly give me an overview of how, so we're obviously coming onto sites at a later point in the examination, but we've got TRO1, TRO2, TRO3, three big tring sites, TRO3 being the biggest. Can you talk me through, if you have it to hand, what the stage 1, stage 2 and stage 3 greenbelt said about the TRO3? So you mentioned this sort of, as you put it, can't follow the decisions. I just wondered if that might be an example you may be able to give us as to how that area was treated in the different studies.
Yeah, I'm very happy to.
Thank you.
If I can just refer you as well to, it's sort of all set out in our response to question 5 of this issue, but I'll happily take everybody through it. It's not helped in terms of clarity by the sort of change in definitions, but at stage 1 we are looking at area 04, and that was it was sort of that the conclusions of that were that it made a significant contribution towards prevention of merging and safeguarding the countryside, and also a partial contribution to protecting the setting of tring and a limited contribution to protecting the settlement pattern. But it was also identified as part of a primary local gap between Aldbury and Tring. Then when it moved to stage 2, the same sites were then defined as TRA2 and TRA3, and they were then, the conclusion was drawn that they made a strong contribution to the Greenbelt, and it was recommended that TRA3 be excluded from further assessment due to high landscape sensitivity. We then jump to section 6.7 of the stage 3 Greenbelt review, and we're faced with a situation where the same sites are identified as making a significant and strong contribution to the Greenbelt earlier, and now proposed as Greenbelt releases purely because of their status as preferred site allocations. And the only conclusion we can draw is that the value of the Greenbelt around Tring has not been sort of given adequate weight during the site selection process.
From what you're saying, stage 1, and I'm simplifying, significant contribution. Stage 2, strong contribution. Stage 3, significant and strong, yet allocated. And from your perspective, understanding how that logic has led to it is absent.
It is absent, and when we look at the Appendix C of the HELA and look at all of the site assessments, there are numerous sites across the district which are either brownfield and deliverable, or greenfield and with lower weightings or equal weightings of greenbelt sensitivity, and they are not allocated. And we just cannot track the decision-making process and the logic flow that led to these allocations.
Thank you. That's very clear. Were you going to comment on the same point? Okay. So let's just pause on that one, because I think that very clearly, to my mind, and I'm sure to Mr. Birkinshaw's mind, sets out an example, and it could have been other sites. Anything the council would want to comment on that?
Thank you, sir. It's a very fair point, and I think it might get to the nub of a number of key issues raised through Reg 19. I think the important thing is we have considered, the land, and we've had to make some difficult decisions as a council, importantly, on this matter. Notwithstanding our response on that, I think the important point here, and something that has been, we draw upon, is quite an important piece of evidence. I always find it a really, really useful tool, and and it helps and informs the assessment of sites, is if with regards to the stage 2 study, CSN 08.1, and we've got as far as identifying the sub areas, and we're generally no major concerns raised around the table today about that. And then with that, the study and ARP go ahead and assess those parcels against the contributions, and they assess it against the various contributions. And there's a number of maps presented on pages 55 to 57 of the PDF. That kind of is their outcomes with regards to the kind of 3 kind of core purposes. And that leads to table 5.2 and map 5.4 on pages 54 and 55. And that map, I find, is a really useful tool. The overall categorization following the purposes assessment. And with that, it lists and identifies the sub-areas with regards to a range of what they consider in their professional judgment is land or sub-area parcels that contribute weakest, and then weak, moderate, strong. So they assess them in that way. So when coming to our view on sites, it's not the absolute. We take this into account. And importantly, it does feed into the site selection process. It feeds into the HELA, Appendix C. The conclusions of this, where a parcel of land is within one of these, where a site is promoted within one of these sub-areas. We draw upon this and say it contributes weakest, or it contributes weak, or moderately or strongly. So it does form part of that consideration. Now, in looking at areas such as Tring on this, I won't say relative to others, but just focusing on Tring on this, we can see that there are a number of sub-areas there identified around Tring. TR, I won't list them all out, but you will see that relative to the legend, most parcels around Tring contribute moderately towards the greenbelt purposes, or contribute strongly towards the greenbelt purposes.
The stage 2 greenbelt.
We're in the stage 2 greenbelt.
Table 5.2. Okay, and I think
it's map 5.4 may be helpful. It's on the next page. It's on page 59 of the PDF.
Okay, I'm there. Yeah.
Yeah, and you will see there that in regards to the decisions on how we choose to, look at the greenbelt, and just taking Tring as an example, there's nothing there that the expert consultant says contributes weakly or weakest. There's nothing there that suggests it is, weak or weakest. So we're left with land that, in the view of ARP, either contributes moderately or strongly. And this goes to the point of we've had to make some difficult decisions. If these places are to grow and to deliver the strategic objectives of the plan, we do have to make that. Now, a number of those sites that are considered moderate are also within the Chilterns National Landscape. So again, going to another point of factor consideration in how we determine sites. And if you apply that, the only site, by example, that comes out as moderate is the land at Dunsley Farm. Now, without going to sites, but that subparcel TR-A05 is the only land not in the Chilterns National Landscape that is contributing moderately. And if we apply that, strategy approach, it says no, development we want to protect it. That's one of our objectives. We want to protect and conserve the Chilterns National Landscape. So by following a process, we're then left with it, and this process is applied to each settlement. How should they grow and how should they expand? And the same is applied to Berkhamsted and Hemel and other settlements. And that has been a really useful tool, but it does reflect the fact that, yes, we do have to look at land that contributes more strongly towards the purpose of the Greenbelt if we are to seek to meet our needs. So with regards to that, I think the point I'd like to make in conclusion is that, yeah, we've taken on board the issues. We do recognize that, it is that, but we have taken a process on that. But methodically, the first consideration we often have in each settlement, and you'll see it in the same in Berkhamsted, where you'll see that the weakest land includes allocations within our plan. Weak land includes allocations within our plan. But then, the land beyond that is actually contributing, and similar can be applied in Hemel and elsewhere. So I hope that's helpful clarity.
Excuse me, that is very helpful clarity. What some people may say, and I saw some nameplates go up, and I don't want to go over things we've already discussed, is that the approach you've just outlined looks at, when you've got the settlement hierarchy, it looks at particular settlement and looks at where there are options to expand. What some people may say is, surely having identified that there are various strongly contributing parcels, a different approach should have been taken, i.e. we're not going to allocate those sites because we don't feel that that is strategically right, that a different approach could have been argued. Now, I'm just saying that will, that is what a number of people say. What would you say to that, just in brief, and then I'll go back around the table.
I can understand and respect that people would have different views on this, and I think, yes, we set out our approach to, from the outset in 2017, we discussed options for how we would spatially develop. And then we settled on an option of proportionate growth. And with that, we reflect that I think there's wider purposes here on this, and we have to need to consider the wider needs. How are we going to deliver affordable homes? How are we going to, deliver other infrastructure, schools? How are we going to deliver local centres, halls, villages on brownfield land or within the existing built-up areas of our settlements? How are we going to deliver the many thousands of homes that government expects us to deliver in doing that in a way that is achievable and deliverable? And the Greenbelt is a factor in that process, but it is not the only decision-making tool. And we have sought where we possibly can to avoid that. But as you will see, that we have had to make some challenging decisions, and I would say that our position is robust and our strategy is robust in regard to national policy on this matter.
Thank you. So I'll come back to you. I will come back to you right now. Any points on what we've heard? I mean, I think I'm fairly clear on.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity to just come back on that. I think I understand it's a difficult decision. I think that we risk, if we just focus on one settlement, we risk the point of today's session, which is about exceptional circumstances for the whole of the borough. And I think that whilst I appreciate that you will have to release some sites that make a strong contribution to the Greenbelt, the point of what we're discussing today is whether, on a borough-wide perspective, enough brownfield has been brought forward, enough, the kind of depth of conversations with neighbours is correct, and the proportionate growth amongst the towns and large villages within Dacorum has been fully explored. And so I don't think it's a case of, the Dunsley farm site don't have any objection at all to that coming forward at all. But the examples I was giving were about the east of Tring, not the south of Tring. And I think that the point that we're looking at today is whether enough has been done to explore other options borough-wide and outside of the borough before bringing those forward.
I'll go to you and then Mr. Harbridge, and then I think we have a slightly different cluster here. So yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just not sort of taking away from the points that Pippa's just made around it being a borough-wide issue, but just thinking specifically, obviously we know Tring quite well as we represent the residents of Tring, and just listening to what you as inspectors have said, and I agree with you in a sense that the room doesn't understand how we've got to the sites allocated in the plan, and that perhaps based on the stage 2 review, a different approach should have been considered. And my thoughts on a different approach should be not what the council has described today, which is then we go for the largest sites in the list because they're the ones that we find are going to hit our numbers the quickest, which is in a sense, this is what I heard the council say earlier. We then went for the largest sites to take forward rather than thinking about what the impact is on the overall Greenbelt in terms of those conditions and purposes. My point and my question is that I think what the council have done then when faced with that tricky decision about, well, okay, which bits of Greenbelt do we release, is they've ruled out every parcel of Greenbelt land that's in the Chiltern National Landscape, so we can't do that. And there's lots of small parcels of land along the southern border of Tring between the town and the A41, which I think shouldn't have necessarily been ruled out purely on that basis. They've been annexed by the AONB, Short National Landscape, by the A41 already. And so to rule those out because they're part of the Short National Landscape area of outstanding natural beauty, residents would be more supportive, I believe, of smaller parcels of land that are currently within the green belt, rather than those which are in the setting of the Chiltern National Landscape, certainly the eastern side. I think those areas shouldn't have been ruled out as part of the review out of hand, and should have been appraised in a little bit more detail. I understand smaller parcels of green belt are harder to develop, and the margins are slightly smaller, but for me that's an area which in the review should have been pursued with a bit more rigour.
Thank you. Mr. Harbridge.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. My point reiterates the fact that they've carried through flawed assumptions from early ones, but also that they keep DBC point to the healer and the fact that sites are assessed for sustainability and transport, and within the healer, in the things they do, there's a long list of things. One of them is topology, but then they don't take the topology. And they say there's good access because there's basically we appear to the assumption that because there's a train station in the town, that means that every site has good access to the train station. And don't take the topology and don't take the infrastructure problems of the road network. And I've been trying to not come back to sites because that's going to come later, but it has been referred to by the council themselves. They say the ones they select have the sustainable transport, and it allows to bring infrastructure through. But they ignore the constraints of access. Even at this early stage, they say it has access to the Chesham Road, but it's not real access. They look at it, it's not proper access. They have access along Swingate Lane, which is a very steep road, and they've a very narrow, steep road with two schools on it. There are big constraints about these things, and I do apologise for being so specific about it, but they brought up the healer, and that's what it says in the healer, and we can't understand. It's obviously a subjective decision they're making because it's just so strange to the people that live there and see the problems that those junctions and areas occur. And it's an obvious problem. They do flood risk, only a 1 in 100-year chance of flood risk. Well, yes, because all three sites, and I did this one, but all three sites within Berkhamsted are on the ridge top. Yes, the flood risk is low, but the flood risk down at, when we talk about flood risk, we talk about transport flood risk down on the valley floor. It's not low, it's a regular occurrence, and it gets made worse by it. I apologise for being so specific.
You do not have to apologise, but you have correctly curtailed what you were going to say, because we do come on to sites. But I take those points, and we'll come back to those in terms of site, and also as a reiteration of things said previously in terms of site. Now, I noticed Mr. Moore has his flag up. There's a lot of acknowledgement, I have to say, and it's that I'm hearing of that there are difficult decisions. So I mean, you yourself, Mr. Layden, made that point. So there's a lot of acknowledgement around the table about difficult decisions. I think there is a question about how those were made and the transparency of them. The two key points I have from what I have heard here is, well, from Ms. Cheetham, that things should have been considered at a borough-wide perspective in terms of greenbelt release as opposed to individual settlements. I think that was the key point there, that having looked at things, look to the borough, don't look to individual settlements. That was the key point there. And then also from the Grovefield Residents Association, that there should have been a finer grain approach to looking at what sites to include, because that would avoid release of large swathes of greenbelt land. That was a point Mr. Bright made. Mr. Moore, was it an additional point in relation to those, or?
It relates to what you just said, really, about granularity. The fact is that this idea that it's more strategic to deliver large greenfield sites overlooks the fact that finer grain sites give you more flexibility. They allow you to run scenarios that you wouldn't otherwise be able to have, where you have slightly less growth somewhere and slightly more somewhere else. Now, we saw in the sustainability appraisal, I know you guys looked at yesterday, that there was no, for Tring, there was no medium growth strategy or scenario. There was only low growth or high growth. Other settlements had medium growth strategies. We were not afforded that. On the back of this, when you then follow a strategy of big sites, you end up, because you don't have the granularity to move things around and carefully select where you're going to put things, you just take this one great big site. That's why Tring now is facing disproportionate growth compared to the other settlements, which will make, as we've said, it has been identified as less sustainable than Berkhamsted. So why does it have 46% growth when Berkhamsted has 15?
Okay, thank you. Yes, so that effectively there's no middle ground for Tring. Okay, Mr. Layden.
Thank you, sirs. I've only got one main point, and then I'll pass over to Ms. Mitchell just on maybe a small number of other points. So I think just with regards to a borough-wide approach rather than an individual settlement approach, I think that was the first point you picked up there. And it goes back to, again, for the purpose of this week, it's probably hard because, as you say, the narrative gets intertwined relative to strategies, relative to sites, relative to everything else. And we've already demonstrated and talked about the fact that we're nearly delivering 10,000 homes within our urban areas. That's the first point. And that includes windfalls and commitments and other factors within the built-up areas. And that's, we discussed that in some detail yesterday. And then we look at that gap between that and what, government expects us to deliver. And that gap is thousands of homes still to find. And we've got to find land that is suitable, available, and achievable. So it's got to be ticking those boxes and be either deliverable or developable on that. And when we consider the sites and what sites will bring, we also have to consider, how can the infrastructure cope and how can it deliver on the corporate objectives? How can we deliver affordable homes in a place where everyone in these settlements tell us no one can buy a home? And there's no homes left, or its prices are skyrocketing, and there's, the schools are full. How do we deal with that? Schools can't expand. And the roads are in a very bad way. They can't cope, and we've considered that too. And when we look at the sites and the bottom-up approach again, we look and see what sites are bringing. And outside of the main settlements, and again, to all intents and purposes, there's not many people seeking to be in the plan that's not on the edge of one of the 6 main settlements. There's a few. But I don't think they're bringing any of those other infrastructural elements to this. And indeed, I don't think they're bringing the numbers to fill that gap. Now, we've considered options. So we would have been through the process, and without going back to the 2020, but that's all I can draw upon right now for the purpose of this conversation. But we've looked at new settlement options in areas where we know rivers rise, outside of the Greenbelt and the AONB, distant from strategic road networks, because that's what we felt was the best options outside of that. And we proactively started drawing lines on maps and started looking at these ways to see, is there another way? We looked, and mentioned earlier, we looked at Bovenan Airfield, a previously developed site, an ex-airfield, currently in use quite successfully for film and television production. And we looked at that too. And we discounted it because the lack of availability and the lack of interest from the landowner to say, actually, I want to, deliver something different on this site. We've considered those options. We have looked and explored, and there is no one out there right now suggesting that we can meet these needs outside of these 6 main settlements. And I think that's just the kind of initial point, I just kind of overarching point on that. And I hope that's okay, but if it's all right, I might just pass over to Ms. Mitchell, if that's okay, just on points of detail.
Of course.
I'm trying to go theme by theme of what came up here. So I'm going to start just regarding the point of examining other options on land beyond the greenbelt that wasn't within the built-up area. I'll just point you to, it's the council's response to issue 2, or matter 2 issue 2, and it's paragraph 2.4.12, and that sets out the justification as to why, again, or summarises the justification as to why the council didn't consider the land that was in the national landscape because development is restricted. So we didn't consider that. Well, when we looked at other reasonable options for meeting identified needs, we made that decision not to allocate sites within the Chilterns National Landscape. That was supported by Natural England through their Regulation 20 representations. I think on the point, looking at a finer grained approach to assessing brownfield sites, I'll draw you to the response to its matter 2 issue 3, back to table 12 again, which just sets out the source of sites that were tested within the HELA. And it doesn't just look at call for sites, although we've had a number of call for sites. We've also looked at planning application records, monitoring data. We've engaged with our own teams. We've looked at ordnance survey maps, vacancy rates. So a very detailed assessment of brownfield capacity was done as part of the HELA, and this was carried through the process from 2020 to now. We have to consider whether sites are suitable, available, and achievable as part of this. And when we get to the sustainability appraisal, one of the main factors is the sustainability appraisal doesn't want to assess land with unknown availability. It's not something that could be considered through the SA process when developing reasonable alternatives. But we say these sites where they're assessed to be limited constraints or no suitability constraints, that these could contribute to our windfall allowance. I think I just have one final point within, again, sustainability appraisal CD 3.1, and it's paragraph 5.2.58, which sets out a key objective of work to explore reasonable growth scenarios through the interim sustainability appraisal was to explore and test ways of responding to the findings of the Stage 2 Greenbelt Review, striking a balance between Greenbelt sensitivity and wider plan and sustainability objectives. And then that paragraph also quotes the Welwyn Local Plan Inspector's report, which states that sites which cause least harm to Greenbelt's openness and purposes, or favouring those which score best from a sustainability perspective, could be opposing forces, and a balance would need to be struck. And that's the process we believe we carried out when assessing our growth scenario.
Thank you very much. Okay, I've got these 2 flags up, and then we'll move on to question 4. So Ms. Reid and Mr. Ostenfeld, thank you.
Thank you. Just in response to some of the comments we've just been talking about from the Residents Association and the Council's response, our client, without getting too much into site specifics, has been promoting a site elsewhere in the borough that's not adjacent to one of the main settlements. And it's not been our experience, his experience, that the site has been adequately considered by the council. I think I won't repeat the points I made yesterday about the site selection process and how our site fell out of the assessment at the first stage, and the council's response that even if it had got through the first stage, that it would have been rejected at the subsequent stage because it was in the national landscape. We feel that the council have not considered the site in enough detail. It's not been assessed in any of the Greenbelt reviews since stage 1, when it was considered in a much larger parcel. And it is a site that could contribute towards housing need generally, but specifically for older people, which, as we discussed on the first day, is a growing and pressing need. I can't get too much into the specifics of our site, but in April 1985, Dacorum Borough Council published an urban edge study, so 40 years ago, where it was described as derelict and underused land. That is still the case in 2025, but we feel that the council have not taken any consideration of this over the last 40 years.
But if I might translate that then, in the stage 2 Greenbelt review that looked at, I'm going somewhere with this, that looked at additional sub-areas around the towns and the larger villages, the site that we're not mentioning wasn't in that, and so your contention is effectively a broader look should have been taken at the availability of brownfield land.
Yes, exactly that. It's not on the edge of one of the villages that was looked at, and I do appreciate that there is, you can't look at every tiny parcel of land in the whole borough, but where a site is being promoted for so many years, as ours is, I do believe there should have been an additional stage of the Greenbelt review, as has happened in other areas, that looks at all sites that are being actively promoted, even if it doesn't align with the rest of the spatial strategy.
Thank you, very clear. Mr. Austenfeld.
Thank you, Seth. I have what I hope is quite a discrete point, and one with a bit of a question, really. And it's a question to the council as to where in the evidence they can point to as to why they haven't followed certain elements of the evidence base. And my question is principally linked to question 3 in relation to previously developed land, but it also links to question 9, just for your reference. I'll take you first, if I can, to electronic page 32 of CS 901. The stage 3 Greenbelt assessment. Unsurprisingly, from my perspective, that covers Bovingdon. And this section here, not only talking about required changes to the Greenbelt, talks about anomalies. And this is effectively the opportunity to correct what is considered to be something defunct with the current state of play of the Greenbelt. That second paragraph, if I can draw that to your attention, reflects the implication of HMP Mount, the prison adjacent to Bovingdon, and currently very much in operation, doesn't serve any purposes of the Greenbelt. The Greenbelt Review consequently recommends that this land be removed. And you see that on corresponding page 34 of the Greenbelt assessment, where it identifies the lands to be taken out of the Greenbelt. Now, moving slightly forward to the latest essay, CD 3.1. On page 46 of that document, I'll just direct you to paragraph 5.5.6. It again mentions the prison, so we're brought bang up to date with the council's evidence base. And again, here we sort of draw reference not only to the need to redraw Greenbelt boundaries in relation to the prison, but the relationship to the council's proposed allocation of Bovingdon Airfield as an employment site. You'll clearly note, sirs, that in the proposals map in 2.1, that employment site is not proposed for deallocation from the Greenbelt. So it's set aside as an allocation, but obviously the Greenbelt status remains. And I guess my sort of point here is why the council hasn't taken the opportunity to revisit the prison in the first instance. That seems a very logical step. But aligned to that, it's the thoughts on allowing the opportunities afforded by removing the Greenbelt for the airfield to properly intensify and support local employment growth in the future. I'm very kind of cautiously sort of taking you to a final paragraph of the essay, which might be helpful. I say cautiously because it sort of cheekily refers to my client's site, and I don't want to draw you too heavily to that. But it just explores the landscape relationship of developing growth at Bovingdon going beyond what the council has proposed there, noting that additional development on my client's site could help facilitate the release of Greenbelt at the Mount and Bovingdon Airfield. But as I say, it is a tentative note, but my principal point is related to the prison itself. Thank you.
Thank you. So 2 points there from Plato, that on behalf of Plato, that there should have been, in their view, a broader look that went beyond just the areas immediately adjacent to settlements, as in the stage 2 review. And the point from Mr. Austin Fell, following through the evidence, if you like, that there are indications in there, in the council's own evidence, especially HMP Mount, is it, and Bovingdon, that there's an opportunity there that's been missed.
Thank you, sirs. I could probably succinctly put this, that there's one thing is Greenbelt evidence, and the next thing is exceptional circumstances test, is the particular point on this. The prison are not actively seeking. They've never put a representation in saying they want to be released. They've not said it's a concern for them. My experience in the past, and it depends on perhaps the plan and this particular circumstances and how it's treated, is right now we haven't seen or prepared a case that demonstrates exceptional circumstances warrant the release of the prison. They don't seem to say it's constraining them. They don't seem to say it's a hindrance to their operations, their function, or indeed anything else. So it's one thing that the evidence can suggest and make recommendations, which, as you're aware, it made recommendations probably in a wide range of matters and detailed matters around maybe corrections to the boundaries, etc. My experience in the past is that it can be challenging, particularly when considering outside of allocations for growth. It can be challenging to set out clearly the exceptional circumstances needed to justify that change. And as it's not referenced anywhere within our exceptional circumstance case, it's that particular point about it. And my experience is sometimes that, yes, it can be used. I've seen examples where people want to, amend the boundary to include their garden, because actually their garden, the end of their garden is actually, 20, 30 meters back. But what is it actually seeking to achieve? And what are the exceptional circumstances? So I think that's the main point. I hope that's helpful.
Well, I've sort of metaphorically got you both on the line. That prison is it a major developed site? So in the current core strategy, presumably, under PPS2, is that a major developed site within the Greenbelt at the moment, the prison? Because I mentioned this in part out of curiosity, but in part because we're going to come on later to talk about washed over or inset villages, and this often comes up at examinations, that there's a distinction between what PPS2 said in terms of villages, but also major developed sites. So I just wanted to check the existing status of that.
It's MDS 5. Hang on, are we talking about the prison?
Yes.
Yeah, MDS 5, forgive me.
It is a major developed site 5, okay, and it becomes in the plan just within the Greenbelt then?
It is, yeah. We've always considered it, as with the airfield, as previously developed land within the Greenbelt, and having regard to the openness of a prison that has walls and everything around it. It's just one of those considerations we feel.
I think just on that point, it goes back to a point somebody over there raised. It'll be a point about the effectiveness of that designation for employment site as to whether or not it's effective to allocate a site within the Greenbelt but then not remove it from the Greenbelt. Are you giving with one hand and taking away from the other? So it's more about the effectiveness of that policy, but we'll talk about that.
Okay. My maths, that means we're on question 4. I don't know what we want to do about taking a break now or maybe keeping going. Maybe let's keep going. So question 4 is a broader question. Are the Greenbelt reviews proportionate evidence and sufficiently up to date? Now, it won't surprise you that we've got some fairly clear views on that. Are they consistent with national planning policy and guidance relevant to this examination? I don't have any questions on that. I don't know if Mr. Birkinshaw has any questions on that.
No, I think in that question, I would just emphasise to the part of the question it says relevant to this examination. So we're pretty clear on what MPPF we're against. So I'm not looking to get drawn into consideration of grey belt, etc. I've seen a few reps on that, but I think the council's position on that is pretty clear. I think it was more a question around the sort of the date of the evidence and how the council would respond to criticisms about, notwithstanding the grey belt matter and changes in NPPF, but in terms of just the age of the evidence and whether or not you think that is still a robust evidence base, having regard to anything that may have changed on the ground really in that interim period.
Absolutely, sirs, and thank you for that. I think it's a point, and we've dabbled upon this with some of our other evidence as well. It's about the need for review, and considering the need for review of greenbelt sites and looking at the edges of our settlements. Our view is it is not necessary. Two main reasons. The first one is, as you alluded to, the greenbelt policy to December 2023 is relatively unchanged with regards to the purposes and the approach to it. Coupled with that is perhaps that there was no guidance, no clear guidance on how studies should be produced, and we have worked with expert consultants who have prepared a range of studies across the country, successfully, informing plans. The second point on this is it's looking at land that is still greenbelt and predominantly greenfield, and the characteristics, the AONB is unchanged. There's the constraints, and otherwise, broadly speaking, I think people from the towns around here, Berkhamsted and Tring and elsewhere, will say that it hasn't really substantially changed that land. And for those reasons, what we could end up doing is saying, yeah, well, okay, it's getting dated, and we might do another review. But that review may result in ultimately very, very the same conclusions, maybe slightly paraphrased. And then that creates, in my opinion, a whole world of muddiness with regards to the examination by having an older study and newer study that are potentially going to end up doing the same thing. Maybe, in terms of the wording and the boundaries might be slightly different, but ultimately we feel that the conclusions remain robust at this stage. So I might just leave that one there if that's okay. Thank you.
Yep. Did anyone want to say anything on question 4? Okay. 2 points then. Yeah. Mr. Cheetham, you got your nameplate up first. So you first.
Thank you. I didn't know it was a race, but thank you. Just a really short point on question 4, in that we did some analysis of the difference in NPPF Greenbelt policy and the Greenbelt policy that we are looking at for this plan. The phrase was added by government at the time: there is no requirement for Greenbelt boundaries to be reviewed or changed when plans are being prepared or updated. That was an addition for the 2023. And I think it just goes back to the point about the transparency of decision making. Whilst there may have been no impact, I think it needs to be acknowledged somewhere that there was a slight change in emphasis, and that's not part of the evidence.
MPPF still does allow councils to review their greenbelt boundaries, does it not?
It does. It just says there is no requirement.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Yep, thank you. I suppose my point's just to do with the outcome of the stage 3 review, and I can't square the circle on how we can end up with 46% growth on a historic market town. And the green. Okay. Sorry, we weren't invited yesterday, but I didn't aware of that. But I'll finish my point just briefly then. So Tring is obviously a historic market town, and I'm not sure how the outcome could have satisfied purpose D of the NPPF about protecting the special characteristics of historic towns with 46% growth. I just can't square the circle on that, and as to how that can be proved.
And I know you've got Ms. Cheetham next to you, if we look at that purpose of the Greenbelt, D, I think you said, in terms of preserving the setting of historic towns, how has that been assessed in I mean, what grading, if you like, have the allocations TRO1, TRO2, TRO3 been given for their contribution to that purpose in the Greenbelt reviews?
I'd have to look it up, Sarah. I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Equally, if you had it to hand, great. If not, I can look it up. Absolutely fine. Okay, any comments from the council?
No, it may be helpful, just to clarify that point because I have it in front of me. It's within the stage 2 study under section 4.3.5, it makes reference to purposes 4 and 5. And there's a narrative there about purpose 4 is concerned with protecting the settlement and setting up historic settlements. And what it said is, and again, this follows, I think, the consultant's approach to this point is, they've had regard to the stage 1 study and the outcomes of that. Many of these sites basically are virtually all of these parcels are distant from the historic cores and the historic setting. And with that, they didn't do a detailed consideration of those particular purposes, but it's justified within their approach spelled out in that study.
You would stand by then the rating that it's been given. Maybe that's a useless question to ask because the rating was given, and you've taken that forward through whatever processes you have to arrive at the plan. So okay, I don't need to ask that. Right. So then we're on to question 5. Now the 2, which has the assessment of areas and sites against the purposes, we're sort of there anyway, aren't we? Against the purpose of including land with the green belt be carried out on a consistent and transparent basis. Now on this, there are those, and I think it's fair to say principally emission site promoters who say that the green belt assessment hasn't been sufficiently fine-grained. We addressed earlier the issue of fine-grained, and I've got your comments on that, so I feel that we're very well cited on that. There's also there's a particular reference in the Grove Fields Residents Association who say that it's not clear effectively how the findings have influenced what has been allocated, which you talked me through in a lot of detail. So I think I'm fairly well cited on that. So in terms of any questions, those have not scuppered, those have covered the questions that I wanted to ask on this. Does anyone want to speak? Does anyone want to raise any points on question 5? Okay. Similarly, we've set, and Mr. Birkinshaw and I to some extent have been fairly clear on our thinking of this. Are the reasons for amending the green belt boundary clearly set out and justified in all circumstances? I feel in light of us going away and giving some direction about what we need to complete the narratives, I probably don't need to ask any questions on this. I don't know if Mr. Birkinshaw feels the same. I haven't asked him. But does anyone want to say anything on question 6?
Yeah, I think through the discussions yesterday, that's why I said a lot of these areas sort of merged together. As I said out, with probably share and echo some of the points just about that sort of final piece in the jigsaw, which pulls it all together, which then gives that substantiated justification for these sites.
Okay, thank you. And if we then move on to question 7, how does the evidence consider ways in which the impacts of removing land from the green belt can be offset through compensatory improvements to environmental quality, which we talked about, and accessibility of remaining green belt land as required by paragraph 147? Now, we've seen the representations from the Chiltern Society and the Grove Fields Residents Association. I'm sure the council will point us again to the stage 3 Greenbelt review, which looks into such matters, and we've got the point that from a certain perspective that wasn't done with enough rigor, with enough transparency. We've got those. Does anyone have any particular comments on question 7 that they want to raise in this forum? Okay, so Ms. Vita, Ms. Cheetham, thank you. CPRE.
Thank you, Sirs.
So environmental quality of the green belt, para 147 of the MPPF 2023 talks about environmental quality. Purpose 3 of the green belt talks about safeguarding the countryside, and the qualities of the countryside are environmental, which include landscape, rural character, rural communities, and how they live, and the qualities that it has to ameliorate against climate change. And I don't feel that the Stage 3 Greenbelt Review looked at much other than landscape in terms of the environmental impact of removing sites. So the local plan, the local plan has had to deal with a very specific issue, the SAC, and offsetting against that. But I think that's kind of lost the idea of offsetting against environmental qualities of removing land from the green belt. Okay. So I think the evidence is lacking to actually guide the council on this loss of quality of the green belt and how they can compensate it. And building back greener certainly doesn't compensate it. I'm not sure what the solution is, but I think there's something missing here and it needs to be addressed somehow.
Okay, thank you. I can't help but ask a rather cheeky question, that in terms of the plan's provisions for biodiversity net gain, that doesn't give you, or does it, give you any comfort in terms of the environmental impacts? I'm not asking that, I'm just asking it genuinely so you can set out your position.
Well, biodiversity is one very specific environmental quality. There are lots of others. There's lots of others, like I said, about rural life, rural character, and amelioration against climate change. They are very different from biodiversity, and I think there is an emphasis on biodiversity, and there's been a great emphasis on special areas of conservation, but I think in general, the qualities of the green belt have been lost.
Very clear. Ms. Cheetham, and then to the council.
Thank you. Just a short point on this question. I think, again, using Tring as an example, when we're looking at compensatory improvements, what we see is that the policies TR01 and TR03 simply refer to significant areas of land being retained as greenbelt, and the policies don't go any further in terms of what would be required to enhance access or BNG or that sort of environmental quality. So I just don't think it's been considered, certainly not that we can see in either the local plan or the evidence that supports it.
Thank you. Okay, over to the council, and in part, I suppose that latter question, well, in fact, both questions will be about certain other policies to some extent in the plan, or the site allocations policies and to what extent they're effective. But any comments?
If I can pick up on the environmental quality point, as we've set out in our response to Matter 3, Issue 2, Question 7, we see that there are many ways that the site allocations will deliver environmental improvements where part of the allocation is being retained within the greenbelt. The types of uses we expect to take place within that section of the allocation, particularly of SAN or community facilities, sports facilities, and biodiversity improvements. And we've made that requirement clear within Chapter 12 and the site allocations policies. We see that particularly SAN, where it provides opportunities for informal recreation, additional planting, the feeling of being within the countryside, creating new landscape boundaries so that people feel that they're not being crowded by other visitors, are great environmental improvements and in line with the compensatory measures which were set out in the 2019 PPG guidance.
Okay, and thank you. That's clear. But I was just thinking about strategic policy SA1. Now, this is about allocated sites. If the contention is put that insufficient consideration is given to what environmental benefit could be generated by schemes, would that be an appropriate place to maybe consider something to that effect? So we have provide appropriate mitigation measures, maybe strengthening that. That's just a thought. We'll come back to that policy. A thought off the top of my head. Can I just ask while I'm here, some of the boundaries to some of the sites, and this is just for future reference. Some are, so if we look at, he says frantically looking through, if we look at one example, BK01, land south of Berkhamsted, which is on page 154 of the plan. And you say contrast that with TR03. And it is, I suppose, relevant to the Greenbelt reviews. TR03 has a fairly rectangular site allocation that includes some land that's going to be retained from the Greenbelt, some that's the council are proposing for release. BK01 has a very odd site boundary. Where have those specific boundaries been decided and why in that respect? Is that again the stage 3 Greenbelt review?
Site boundaries, primary consideration is what was provided from the site promoters. We've worked with those. South Berkhamsted includes a parcel of land which was identified in the plan for biodiversity improvements on a slightly separate, it's within the same ownership, but it's not within the kind of main area of development. Whereas we've got TR03 east of Train, where that kind of green area was based on the area of Sang proposed on site. Both promoters have requested modifications to their site boundaries through their Regulation 20 representations, but I believe that's a matter of detail for not today, unless it is, and then I can talk to you about it.
It was just to help my understanding, and I'm very conscious that, as you've said, that explains BK01, which there is some land there that is maybe a separate parcel, maybe an elongated parcel that is there to do with biodiversity net gain and ecological enhancements, and TR03, there is an area that is there for Sang, so that explains those. Okay. Thank you. I'm now looking maybe to take one more question before lunch. So this would be question 8, which I mentioned PPS 2 and the changes in Greenbelt policy or Greenbelt guidance since then. How has the council considered washed over versus inset settlements within the Greenbelt? Now, I think it would just be very helpful, maybe if we have page 19 of the plan open and policy SS1, just to clarify, the various named settlements, small villages in the countryside, other small villages which aren't named, just for the council to run through how the Greenbelt relates to those. That would be really helpful. Thank you. And then we can come on if anyone's got any points on this. Thank you.
Thank you, sirs. So as you're aware, for the purpose of SS1, this particular point, obviously, the 6 main settlements, Hemel Berkhamsted and Tring, Ovenden, Kings Langley, Margate are all inset fundamentally from the Greenbelt. Then we move on to the small villages, Chipperfield, Flamstead, Putnam, Wigington, Albury, Longmarston and Wilston. Now, of that, the first 4 are washed over by the Greenbelt, and the other 3 fall outside of the Greenbelt. we'd set out in our response to whether the question on whether there needs to be a greenbelt policy within the plan. Just get that one again. That is our response to question 4 of issue 1. And you will see that in our suggested changes, which included that reference to national policy, being considered in accordance with national policy, we also suggested some other minor tweaks to make it more clear at 1.4.7 of our response. We were just putting some subtle recognitions in there to make it more explicitly clear by adding an asterisk and a footnote to saying these small villages are washed over by the greenbelt designation. So we hope that is intended to improve the effectiveness.
Yeah, understood. So Chipperfield, Flamstead, Pottenend, Wigington, and my pronunciation is going to be all off, by the way. Those are washed over.
Yes, that's correct.
Albury, Longmarston, and Wilston, you said fall outside.
They are in locations outside of the...
They are in locations outside, they're not inset.
They're not, they're neither, they don't form part of the green belt. They are fall outside in the more rural areas of the, outside of the green belt.
Okay, and any other small villages that are inset, or are they all washed over?
They are the ones that we define within this as small villages, as defined by the settlement hierarchy, which we had discussed previously. I think everything below that we recognize, you know, there are hamlets, there are smaller, lower order settlements, but we don't feel we need to, you know, the Carros and other ones as discussed fall kind of below that as part of kind of, you know, the next tier of the settlement hierarchy. And we could list many, or we could just have regard to the principle of these would be determined in accordance with national policy.
So sorry if I'm not particularly well cited on this. So either villages are within, either settlements are within the greenbelt and they're washed over, or they're not within the greenbelt. There's no inset villages.
Other than the three, the two larger villages. So just going back to of the 6 main settlements, we have Bovingdon, a large village, Kings Langley, a large village, and Margate. A caution about Margate, that Margate is half greenbelt and the other half is AONB. So in essence, they both make up that boundary, but it's for that reason that we actually said this is the settlement boundary for these settlements, just to be explicitly clear.
Yeah, you could probably look at it to make it clearer. Just thinking off the top of my head, could you say at the washed over villages of, comma, and the other villages, or an asterisk, or leave that in your hands. But I think yeah, you could probably just do a very subtle main mod which would support for effectiveness, just to make it clear which were those washed over villages essentially.
Did anyone want to make any comment about washed over, inset villages, any changes? We've got the council's position in their position statement, and they've just explained things there. Mr. Birkinshaw has just tabled, which I think would be helpful, given that I was all at sea, an MM for effectiveness, just explaining or alluding to the status of each. Any comments on this question? Okay, if not, I think I would probably like to pause there for lunch. And then when we come back, we have question 9, on which there may be some comments. Any other alterations proposed to the greenbelt boundary? And then issue 3, we have, do exceptional circumstances exist? That's more of a kind of summary overall question. If you haven't been able to say something that you urgently want to in terms of the greenbelt. Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm going to go really off-piste and ask a quite specific question of the council. Hence why I'm asking it now, to give you an hour to think about it. On day 1, we talked about, and bear with me, you'll see the relevance of it. On day 1, we talked about letters that you had sent to neighbouring authorities. And those letters contained essentially sort of a can you help us meet our housing needs given the constraints of the greenbelt? it's within, I think, so my computer's just crashed, within your responses to matter 1, you include the responses from those local authorities. There's one from St Albans. There's a response from Buckinghamshire Council that sort of says, thanks, we'll pass this on to a colleague. Where does it go after that? And is there anywhere?
The short answer for that is the setting of Buckinghamshire. They were literally at the time setting up the new unitary authority, and they were still coming to grasp about who's actually responsible for dealing with these elements. It did move away from that, but I understand that we had subsequent duty to cooperate meetings once the dust settled a little bit, and we were able to have those discussions. And I think we referenced listed some of those meeting dates that took place within Appendix D of our response to that matter 1.
Reason for asking it is obviously it goes back to the point that I think Ms Cheetham was making, and it goes back to just the tests within the framework about the exceptional circumstances and have you explored basically asking your neighbours. That's just one example where I just turned to it and thought, they don't actually seem to respond. But maybe, and if you do it over lunch or if you need to go away and look in it more detail, is whether they respond in some other document in some other way.
They responded to the Regulation 2023 consultation, Regulation 18 consultation in 2023. I can pull that response and the reference out for you over lunch.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let's adjourn. We'll come back at 2.